Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I guess we're live today. Today is June 27, 2026. And I'm just making sure we are live. Refresh. I'm not seeing a live stream yet. But let's go ahead and get started with a opening prayer. I have quite a plan for today, and we'll get into that in a minute. But let's have an opening prayer. That's first things first. Dear Lord Jesus, thank you so much for this wonderful day that we can get together and uh, learn about how you have worked in our lives. Especially today, I'm sharing about how you have worked in my life. How you have spoken to me. You've spoken life into my life. You've spoken creative power into my life and recreated what would be a disaster of a life, and you have created it and molded it and shaped it and formed it to be a reflection of your image. And thank you for everything you've done for me in my life. And I pray that the stories that are shared today will help to encourage the viewers of this channel, those that are going through struggles or trials or depression, that may feel the encouragement and how life can be transformed, how it can be reshaped, how it can be reborn by your mighty hand and your mighty power. And especially to those who may feel or think that their life is worthless, that it could not be further from the truth. And those are the lies of the accuser, trying to beat people down and keep them under under the evil influence. And dear Lord, we know and recognize that your kingdom and you yourself value us as treasures beyond infinite value. That all of the gold in the whole world cannot buy one person. And that is how valuable you value us, and how we should value each other. And so I pray, dear Lord, that this message today that is conveyed in this live stream, the testimonies that are shared, would empower and encourage and strengthen and refresh the hearts and minds of the people that may view this broadcast today live, or that may view it later in the replay. But Father, I pray that you would help those that are going through crises, that are in war, civil unrest or war zones, that are facing conflict and religious conflict or religious persecution. I pray, dear Lord, that you would be with those that are having problems with natural disasters, those victims in Venezuela with the earthquakes. I pray, dear Lord, that you would be with those that have lost loved ones and family through these disasters, or through sickness or disease, or through just natural causes. Dear Lord, we pray that you would be with those people, encourage them, strengthen them, help them to look to you and not to look to our governments or human institutions or other places where to find encouragement or strength or salvation. But salvation comes from you and you alone. We pray, dear Lord, that you would be with all those people that are out there that need assurances and need confidence that they can look to you. We pray, dear Lord, that you would be with my words today. I pray especially that you would remove me from this picture. And even though these testimonies are my stories, they are my personal stories and my testimonies about how you have worked through my life, I pray, dear Lord, that you would remove me from this formula, this equation, and people would see pictures of you, images of you, glimpses of you, and not me. This session is not about me. It is all about you, Lord, and how you have transformed my life, how you've worked so powerfully. I ask all these things in your precious and holy name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen and amen. All right, guys. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be doing a personal testimony time, some personal stories, and I've got sort of an outline to follow. And so let's get into this. So I'm just going to get right into this. And I will say we might be having a guest today on the podcast. I'm not sure if he is wanting to actually be on camera. I think he might. But I think we're going to be having a guest here. So I've made provision for the guest, and we're going to see how that goes. And he might be giving a testimony from his experience as well. So this is about encouraging people, and I found this friend of mine at a men's support group, and discovered that he needed some really encouraging words. He needed some encouraging influence in his life, and so I felt the need to give some of that encouragement to him, and he's has been and still is in some sense in a very dark place, and I've been there, and so I intend to use this platform, as small as it may be, to help encourage my friend. So and sharing these stories and these testimonies about how God has worked through my life, I think is a powerful testimony for him, for me, for anybody else that may be going through very dark times in their lives. All right, so first story I'm going to tell you, we've got a lot. There's a lot of stories here. So really every single one of these stories is really about how God has saved me and has moved me, has shown me things that most likely you may not even believe, but I have seen them. I have seen them happen. They happened to me, and they are my personal story. And so I want you to take that in consideration. So I would say the first one that comes to mind is a time when I was probably about 4 or 5 years old. It would have been maybe closer to 5, maybe even 6, probably closer to 5. My mother decided to take me up to, I believe it was a birthday party for my great-great-grandpa. And he was turning 100 years old. And his birthday party was being held in North Dakota, because that's, of course, where he was living on his family, on the farm that he homesteaded when he was growing up. That's when he immigrated over. He farmsteaded a land in North Dakota, and so that land was basically given to him for free. And that farm was established in 1905, and he farmed that land for most of his life. And him and his wife, they farmed that land. It's in North Dakota, sort of in between Bismarck and Jamestown, North Dakota, kind of right about the middle. It's not far from another town called Carrington, North Dakota. So now I'm kind of narrowing my sort of space down. There's a very small community in that area, and so I'm sort of narrowing myself down to that area. And my parents have been renovating a church up there, and they turned it into a sort of functional church, but it's also a living space for them. So during the evenings, they convert it into a living space, and they live there. They sleep there. But during the day, they convert it back, and especially on the weekends, on Saturdays, and some on Sundays, they convert it back into a church, so that the doors can be open to anybody that comes in, and then they can minister to those people and help them give encouragement and Bible studies and that kind of thing. So this sort of thing runs in the family, and I'm really happy to have that And I'm happy that I was able to go and help them with some of that renovation of that church, because when we tore it apart, um, there was some dust in there from the Dust Bowl days, which is the early 1900s. So, back in the days of the Great Depression, and I was covered in that dust. Like, it became a concern. Like, is that dust going to have some bacteria in it from those 100 years ago? Is it going to have some of that bacteria, or is there stuff like anthrax or stuff like that in there? Like, am I going to get that kind of sickness? And we didn't. It was fine. It was no problem. It was me and my brother. I think we have a picture somewhere. I don't know where it is, but it was quite the adventure, renovating that church. So yeah, my great great grandpa, was having a birthday in North Dakota, and my mom took me up. I was about 5 years old. She took me up there to see him for this birthday party. And so we did. We drove up there, and we had the car, which was sort of a blue station wagon, like a Chrysler Plymouth blue station wagon. If anybody's familiar with the old wagons that had like wood side paneling, and the kids would always sit in the back staring out the back window making faces at the cars behind them. Like, that was what this car was. It wasn't the one with the blue paneling or the wood paneling. It wasn't that one. It was just a regular old blue, a sort of a dark blue station wagon. And that was the thing. Back in the 80s, that was the thing. And we had it. We lived that life. And this particular station wagon, it didn't have power windows. You had to crank the window up and down with the handle, and it had seat belts, fortunately. I mean, I was actually born before there was seat belts, so I remember standing on the seat, and there was no problem. Like, nobody cared. There wasn't anything about seat belts back then. There was no laws about seat belts because they had made cars without seat belts, and so it was like, it's not a thing. And so I remember that. But this car had seat belts, but it did not have AC. It did not have air conditioning, and the back windows didn't roll all the way down. They only rolled part way down. There's quite a story about that station wagon. That's brings back a lot of memories. That blue was. It was an okay car, especially early on, but it got old, and it just, like, it grew on us because that car lasted so long, forever. And I got some more stories on that car, but anyways, we were driving that blue station wagon. We got up there. We had the birthday party. Everything was great. I got to see my great grandpa turn 100 years old, and I was very young. I was, like I said, about 5 years old, and I barely have memory of it. I barely remember. But then after the birthday party, it was time to go. So we packed back up in the car. It was very cold. Of course, it was North Dakota. It was wintertime, and a storm was coming in, or had come in. I think it had come in. And now it was clearing. The storm was clearing. It was still windy. It was still blowing. It was still snowy. It was still extremely cold, very windy. And the storm had passed, and the roads were starting to clear. And so we got in the car and we headed back to our home. We lived in Kansas. Kansas City is where we lived at the time. At that time. So we started driving, and my mom, I'm pretty sure it was my mom who was driving, and we were on this narrow 2-lane road, and it was still quite icy. The roads were still, quite icy, and it was very windy, and we were on this narrow 2-lane road, and my mom looked ahead, and she saw that there was an opportunity, and she wanted to pass this pickup truck that had a camper on the back. It had a big old camper on the back end of the pickup truck, and she saw an opportunity to pass, but it was on a corner. She could see. It's, if you know North Dakota, like, it's flat as a pancake. You can see all the way to the horizon, and so she didn't see anything coming ahead. And so, around the corner, she saw that there was nothing, And so she went to pass, and it took some time to pass. It was going slow. And so she was trying to pass and trying to pass and trying to pass. And she was also being very careful on the road because it was still icy. And she got out in front of that pickup truck, and a gust of wind, really, really, really strong gust of wind, hit the front of the car, and the back of the car was sheltered, was in a wind shelter behind that van. So the back of the car didn't experience that powerful gust of wind, but the front did. And so it caused us to spin, and we started to go like this on the road. And we were spinning like that, going down the road. We're still on the road, but we're going down the road like that. And we're doing this spinning like that right next to this truck because we were in the process of passing it. And as we're doing this, the road is curving, and so we're following the curve as we're doing this around the curve. And the truck is this pickup truck's doing the same. Like, he's just driving along, and here we are right next to him, just doing this spinning. And we kept spinning and spinning and spinning. And then we, as we were coming around, we would see ahead of us what was coming. And there was a 1-lane bridge. The road narrowed down to 1 lane, and there was an 18-wheeler coming the other way. And we're right next to this van, and it's like, we don't have control. What can we do? There's nothing we can do. And I remember my mom just had a quick prayer. Let's see here. Okay. My mom just was like, Jesus, take the wheel moment. Like, there's literally nothing we can do. And something happened. The car hit, and we were spinning this way, and the car, I'm pretty sure the car hit the back corner of the pickup truck on our driver's side. I think it was the driver's side. I could have been the other side, but I don't know how the other side would have gotten hit because it was spinning this way. So this side of the car would have been the trailing end, not the front of the spin. And so I don't know how that side would have gotten hit. If it did get hit, I don't remember which side it was, or even how that might have happened. But yeah, here's this 18-wheeler, narrow bridge, and something happened. The car hit the pickup truck, and it stopped our spin. And we ended up behind the pickup truck, on the shoulder, on the right side of the pickup truck, over on the other side. I don't know how we ended up like on the other side of the pickup truck, because I'm pretty sure we didn't spin in front of him. I don't think we did, or maybe we did, I don't know. Or behind him, but we ended up on the other side of the pickup truck, on the shoulder. And there's one big hit on the front driver's side of the car, which didn't blow out the tire, which is a miracle because it smashed the front of the car pretty good. But it didn't damage or deform the frame of the car, which is also another miracle. Like, usually when you have a pretty big hit on a car, the frame is so deformed that it's a loss. The vehicle is basically it's junked. And it was close to that, but it didn't come to that. And it also didn't damage to the point where it blew the tire out, or, there might have been concerns that the tire was out of alignment, but it didn't get it so bad that it couldn't be driven. And, which is another miracle. Like, how? We don't understand. Like, how is that even possible? But a bunch of stuff happened. Like, I can't even hardly explain it, but somehow we ended up on the right shoulder. And we stopped before the bridge, and the pickup truck, he pulled off before the bridge and off to the shoulder, and the 18-wheeler came through the bridge and went past us the other way. And so we were fine. Like, we got out of the car, and oh my goodness, you guys are everybody okay? Anybody, get injured? And I had a little bump on my head because I had, with all the jarring and moving around, and I think maybe that collision had moved things around where I had kind of done like that against the side, the inside of the car. But it wasn't, I didn't have a concussion. I think we went to the doctor afterwards, and it was fine. Everything was no problem. I didn't have any injuries. There was no spine or pain everything was perfect. So we survived. There was no other collision, and the car was spared enough that we were able to drive it all the way home back to Kansas, from North Dakota. So, miracles, that's like a handful of miracles that took place all at once. So that was quite a story. So next is another story. So I was probably about the same age, maybe another year later, maybe about 6. And I hadn't started school yet. I was still very young, and my dad worked at a paint shop in Kansas City. There's actually a place called Shawnee Mission Medical Center, which is a big hospital. Shawnee Mission Hospital. It's a pretty big hospital. And a lot of times, sometimes he would ride his bicycle to work, actually, which is like pretty crazy, but he did it. But because he worked at the paint shop, he had access to a lot of paints and stuff. And so he made this table for us, for me and my sister, and my brother eventually later on used it. But it was a kid's table, which was basically a big round piece of plywood, probably, 4.5 feet around, and big circle. And he put these mounts on the bottom of them, sanded. It was a circle. He cut it to a circle. He sanded off the edges so it wasn't sharp or anything. There was no pieces of wood that would cause splinters or anything like that. And he put these mounts under there so he could screw in some legs to the bottoms of it. So this piece of plywood would sit on these little dowel wooden legs, and he covered the whole thing in this white paint, and it was designed so that we could color on it. And he also designed it so that he could just sand it and paint it again, so that we could color on it and draw on it or whatever. It doesn't matter, and as much as we want, it doesn't matter. And at some point, if it got too messy or dirty, he would just sand it all down and then repaint it, and it was back to new. And it was designed specifically so that we, as kids, could have instead of coloring on the walls, we could color on the table. So it was sort of forward thinking, okay, just make a place for them to color on. Who cares? And make it so we can easily rework it. And he had sort of that thought. He was pretty genius thinking. I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. And so I had this table, and it was sort of a kid's table. It was very short, and we had these little kids' chairs, the little tiny ones that they have at the kindergarten. We had some of those little plastic kids' chairs. I guess my mom picked them up at a library or some yard sale or something. I don't know how she got them. But we had these little plastic chairs, and I was sitting at that table in my bedroom, coloring. And just coloring crayons. And it was a very windy day. It was partly cloudy. There was some clouds blowing over, and it was extremely windy. Very, 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 very windy. I don't know why it was so windy, but must have been a high low pressure something or other coming through, and it was extremely windy. And more windy than I think it had ever been since we moved there. We moved to Kansas City in 1981, and then we moved into the house maybe a couple years, probably a year later, 1982, or maybe 1983. I don't remember exactly, but it wasn't much longer. I think it was a year later. So we were in our house that we lived in for like 18 years. We lived, or 19, maybe 20 years. We lived in that house, and it was 2-car garage with 2 separate garage doors. It wasn't one of those, 2 and 1 wide. It was 2 doors that both would come up, and my bedroom was over the garage door that was closest to the kitchen. That was where my bedroom was. There was another bedroom further down for my sister, and then we would move things around. And my sister and I, had bunk beds, and my brother lived in a crib in the other room for a while. And we sort of moved rooms around as we grew up, and our ages sort of made more sense to move around. And at some point, my parents finished renovating the basement, and I just moved into the basement because I was, getting towards being a teenager, and I needed a little bit more space. So yeah, I moved down to the basement. My sister stayed up in the upstairs room, and we moved rooms around, of course, as it made sense. But yeah, when I was very early, I was living in that bedroom, and I was there coloring, and my sister was in the other room, playing on some toys or dolls or something, I don't know. But she was still very, very young. She was like basically an infant. Couldn't even really walk. And I think she was maybe 1 year old. It would have made sense, maybe about a year old. This would have been very shortly after we moved into that house. And so I'm sitting there coloring, and all of a sudden it just happened an instant, and it happened so fast. And I remember very clearly exactly what happened, because the light arrived first. Of course, the light moves faster than sound. And so light is just instant flash, and like a half second later was followed by this thunderous boom, so loud that it caused the picture frames on the walls to go sideways. Like they bounced, and the window just about blew out. Like it rattled so loud, and the floor of the house shook so much that the table bounced off the ground. I mean, it was a real kaboom. But the light was just blinding flash of light. Right, it was like a nuclear bomb went off right outside of our, maybe a couple miles away. It was insanely bright. Like it was almost to the point where, the kind of brightness that would just light the curtains on fire through the window. Like it was insanely bright. It wasn't that bright, of course, but it was very, very bright and extremely loud. Just this like a whole house exploded. That was how loud it was. And of course I panicked, and my sister panicked, and I just went screaming to my mom, because it was like trauma causing explosion. I went screaming to my mom, and I remember as I ran across the hallway, my parents had the bedroom that was behind in the back corner of the house on the second floor, above the garage again. But I remember as I ran across the hall, I saw my sister crawling on all fours, going face first down the stairs towards the kitchen. She's just like this, like complete panic on all fours. And I ran to my mom, and I screamed and was yelling, and a complete panic. And my mom called 911. And the 911 dispatcher told my mom that she was a prank caller, which is, I couldn't believe this. Like they called my mom a prank caller. We just had an explosion like right next to our house. Like, what's prank about that? And they hung up on her, which is absolutely not what you're supposed to do as a dispatcher, of course. Like that's the opposite. But that's what happened. I guess, this was the 80s, early 80s. So maybe, things were a little bit different, but, yeah, it was very, very strange that that would be what would happen, but that's what happened. And so then my mom said, well, hopefully it doesn't happen again. I don't know, because we went and we looked out the front of the house, and there was nothing. Like there was no fire. There was no, like crater in the ground, no trees down. There was nothing. And it was incredibly strange. Like, the sky was still clear, the clouds were still blowing, the wind was still blowing, it was still very windy. Everything was normal. And my mom said, well, hopefully that doesn't happen again. I don't know what it was, but it didn't have, it was maybe a UFO. Like, what happened? Oh, we don't know. So she said, just go back to your playing and your coloring and it'll be okay. And so I did. And then it happened again. And my mom called 911 again. And again, they called her a prank caller. And it happened again and again. Like, it kept happening. And my mom kept calling 911. And finally, the dispatcher said, okay, all right, we'll send a truck down there and see what's happening. Now, you got to understand, the fire station was the fire department where the fire trucks, were kept, was like 3 minutes drive down the road. They could probably hear it. If they had stepped outside in their driveway, they probably would have heard the explosion. It was right there. Like, you could walk to it. I could ride my bike down there. It was just down the road. It was closer to our house. The fire station was closer to our house than the grocery store, which I could ride my bike to the grocery store too. Like, it was a narrow 2-lane road, but I could still do it. Like, I could go down there. It's kind of a little bit dangerous. You probably didn't, because it was narrow and it didn't really have a shoulder. So it wasn't a really safe place to go walking or riding your bike, but you could do it. And it was that close. We were close by, and they could have just gone outside to their driveway and listened, and they would have heard this kaboom. It was very loud. And the fact that they wouldn't even send a truck is like, it's insane. It's crazy. And finally they did. And it took them about 15 minutes to get a truck out there. I don't remember if it happened again while we were waiting for the truck. It may have. But finally, what we had noticed was when this kaboom happened, it was a big fireball, huge, about the size of a minivan, just curling up into the sky. And what had been happening was the wind had been knocking a branch around on a tree and was rubbing the tree branch against the high voltage power line. And this high voltage power line was carrying way more power than it should have been. It should have been like like one of these way big overhead lines, but it was just a regular pole, and it was carrying power for a bunch of businesses way further down the street, and the high school and the elementary school and a whole bunch of neighborhoods and residential stuff. It was carrying way more power than it should have. And it wasn't properly set up. They just, not for that much electricity that it was carrying. So, hold on a second. Just pause that for a minute. Okay. So, once they realized, so I remember what happened. The fire truck arrived, and it was a big truck. It was like a hook and ladder. It was the biggest truck they had showed up. And they parked it on the lawn, right across in the front lawn of the house that was right across from us, across the street. And they parked this. It was this huge hook and ladder truck. And I don't know why they brought such a big truck, but I remember the guy got out of the passenger side and climbed down, and he had a half-eaten donut in his hand, and he threw the donut into the ditch, just carelessly, like, whatever, like, WTF, why are we even, this is so stupid, there's nothing here. And they got out, they walked over to the power pole, and they kicked it with their boots, and they looked around and looked up at the sky and looked up at the tree that was right there and looked up at the power pole, and there was nothing. And they're like, this is stupid. Like, why are we even here? There's nothing going on. And they get back in their truck, and they start to get back in their truck. And the one guy that threw the donut into the ditch, he lifts his boot up to step onto the running board to climb up into the truck. And when he lifts his boot up, say the running board is right here, he lifts his boot up to step onto that running board, and he gets his foot up to about here, and then the running board is no longer here. The running board is up here because the entire truck jumped off the ground from the shockwave of the sound of that explosion that had just happened right over his head. And so here he is standing there, the fire truck's in the air, and there's fireball the size of a minivan right over his head. And I tell you, those guys panicked. Like, way more than I panicked. Like, it was insane. That guy hit the ground before the fire truck bounced back. Like, these guys, man, it took them about 3 minutes and they had a power truck out there. That's how, like, it turned around. But I remember, one thing I remember that very clearly stands out is I remember looking down the hallway of our house, the main hall, right at the top of the stairs, or I could even stand, part way up the stairs or at the bottom of the stairs and look up over down the hallway and down all the bedrooms and the bathroom and the linen closet and all that stuff back there. I remember looking down that hallway, and I remember seeing my mom down at the other end of that hall, and I remember noticing that there was an aurora, a purple and blue aurora, like the kind that you see in like Alaska with the sky where it's the sky is kind of a green color and is going like this. We had an aurora in our hallway because of all the electric discharge that was happening right across the street from us. And not only was it an aurora, like the air itself looked ionized and blue and a little purple. But it was more than that. It caused a visual distortion. So it was like looking in a warped mirror. The body figure was all misshapen and weird shaped. And that's how much electricity was being discharged into the air. And so our house became one giant capacitor. The drywall is an insulator. And so the air gap between the drywall in the hallway became one huge capacitor. Which is like, wow. And yeah, that was an interesting story. So it's pretty powerful. We were living inside of a capacitor. It's really incredible. All right. So next story is another story. I was also kind of, young boy, kid. I was kind of enthralled with construction trucks. I loved construction trucks. And maybe another year or so later, there was a construction job that was being done 2 houses up from ours, a house that was being built. It had a circle driveway, and they were building this house with some new technology. It's new for the 80s, called spray foam insulation. So this would have been still the early 80s, but getting close, like 1984, probably something like that. Probably 1984, maybe 85, right around that time frame, or maybe 1983. It could have been 1983. They were building this house, and so I went into the neighbor's yard right next to us, close to where this construction. They had a stone wall, sort of like a retaining wall, on the border of their house, where it stepped up to the next house where this construction was happening. So I would go over into the neighbor's yard, over by this wall, and sort of play with my trucks there in the neighbor's yard, right next to where this construction project was being built for this house. And I remember they pulled in an insulation truck, and the side of the insulation truck looked kind of like the side of a fire truck. It had all the knobs and dials and all the controls and the hookup valves and all that stuff. And I can't say for sure exactly because I was still quite young, but I remember these construction workers out there, and I'm sure they probably took a class on how to operate this spray foam insulation truck, and It wasn't like the spray foam today. Nowadays, the spray foam that they have has all been miniaturized. Of course, they've got everything in the nozzles now, and they've got all the mixing stuff and the ratios and the ratio controls and the pumps, and all that stuff can fit in the back of a van, and it doesn't matter. Like you can do this stuff for super cheap and easy. Back in the early days, the 80s, early 80s, it was all new tech, and so they had big pumps, big control systems. Everything was really big and bulky, and the hoses were not the little tiny thin little hoses that you can easily, go through the house and, do that. No, these were big hoses, like the kind you would normally pump cement through. It was all big, heavy stuff that I remember that they were moving around. And I'm sure these contractors, probably took a class. They probably had a manual or something that they had to read, and they probably didn't pay attention, and they probably didn't really even care. They just needed to get started on the job to get the job done. And they probably skipped some class or what. I mean, I don't know what. They didn't obviously know what they were doing very well. So that was really cool. But they were there, they were setting up, they started to do the spray foam, and who knows, maybe they didn't follow procedures properly, or the technology was still in its infancy and probably not perfected yet. I don't know exactly what happened, but I know that I was like a little kid, and I was playing with my trucks, and I was enjoying sort of watching them work, and pretending to sort of follow along with my little toy trucks. And I remember the contractors just sort of standing around with their hands on their hips, just kind of going, yeah, this new tech, this is going to be good, and they're just all kind of standing around and probably just not paying attention. Again, they didn't probably pay attention in their classes or whatever. And the guys, or maybe a couple guys, are inside the house, like spraying, and they're doing the work, and these general contractors are out there just sort of supervising and just sort of their hands on their hips kind of thing. And all of a sudden, the nozzle, the dials and indicators on the side of the truck, they start going like this, and these guys are like, uh-oh, and they run. Like maybe there's like a shut-off valve or something, your emergency, something you're supposed to do. But they ran, and I guess I don't remember what happened, if I ran or if I ducked under the brick wall or what happened. I don't know, but I know that they ran, and they dove into the ditch across the street, and they turned around and they sort of peeked up over the ditch like this, like what's going to happen. And nobody told the contractor inside the house. So he's still sitting there spraying. And what happened was a pressure spike happened inside the tank of that truck. And the pressure spike spiked down the hose. And so it was quite a strong pressure spike. And anytime you've ever turned a hose on and you see the hose kick as the water flushes, a high pressure of water flows down that hose, and the hose can whip, especially if it's a light hose and the water pressure is high. And so that's what happened. That guy was in there spraying, and the hose whipped, and it picked him up and threw him against the wall. And so he's thrown against the wall like this, and immediately after that, a second pressure spike, way higher, so high that the tank on the truck exploded. The whole truck just went kaboom, and that pressure spike went down that hose again, and it was so high that it split the hose as a seam, split the hose on the seam all the way down the length of the hose, and that all that insulation and that pressure going down that hose basically instantly filled the whole room where that spraying was being done with spray foam. Just the whole thing just went like that and splattered the whole inside. You could think about setting a raw egg inside some pizza sauce and putting it inside a microwave oven and turning it on. Like that egg is going to explode. And when it does, and it's inside pizza sauce, that entire side of that microwave is going to be covered in raw egg and pizza sauce, like instantly. It'll explode and just like that. It just covers the whole inside instantly. And that's exactly what happened. And so this guy is thrown up against the wall, and instantly later, just the whole room fills with spray foam, and he's plastered to the wall inside the spray foam. I can't even imagine getting out of that. I mean, nobody was killed. Fortunately, no injuries. Fortunately, the spray foam didn't catch on fire, because if it had, the entire neighborhood would have been engulfed in fire, a big giant fireball, and that didn't happen. So that's a miracle. But here these contractors are sitting there out across the street with their eyeballs like this, and I can just imagine the insulation just coming at them, and they're sitting there blinking like this. It's kind of a cartoon kind of image in my mind. Fortunately, I was fine. Everybody else was fine. Nobody was injured. No shrapnel hit anybody, and there was no fireball. So that's a pretty insane miracle that took place. Yeah, and quite a story as well. So the next one, again, we lived at this house that was kind of at the bottom of a hill, but we also lived on a little bit of a hill. So our street across in front of our house was sort of at a slight uphill like this. Well, you're the viewer, it'd be going the other way. It was sort of a slight hill, and right going up from our house, like straight out, was another road that went kind of up a steeper hill, slightly steeper. It wasn't a whole lot. It wasn't like crazy steep, but it was a little bit of a steep hill. And then there were houses on both sides. So we lived sort of at the end of a T, like a T junction. We would sort of be at the end of that, but it was sort of an inverse T, so like this. And so the road that went in front of our house was at a slight incline, and then this T that went up was steeper. And that house that I mentioned where the fire truck parked, let's see here. Yeah, that house where the fire truck, that was on the corner of this T. And there was another house right across from them on the other side, in the other corner of the T. But I remember there was a light pole on the corner on the house across of the street from the other corner of this T. There's a big light pole there. And the house that had this fire truck parked in it, that yard, that house, they had some lawn care service that came to spray the lawn. And so I remember I was, again, outside in my front yard, just sort of playing with some trucks, digging in some dirt, whatever. I don't remember exactly, but I was out there playing. And this lawn care service truck came along, and he pulled up and parked in front of that house on the side, just right on the side of the street, on the curb. And this was a big truck. This was not like the lawn care trucks that drive around today. It wasn't like that. This was like an 18-wheeler, but it was like half length. It wasn't the full 60-foot trailer. It was like a 40-foot, 30, 35, 40-foot trailer. So, and it wasn't a trailer. It was actually just all one truck. It didn't have a hitch-on trailer, but it was like a tanker. The thing was like the kind of tanker truck that you would normally see at like with jet fuel at an airport. It was like that kind of truck. Still, the front of the truck was like an 18-wheeler, like a big rig. But the back of the truck was like this tanker truck, but not the 60-foot kind of trailer, attached trailer. No, it was all one truck. But this thing was big. And the guy drove up there, and he parked it right on the curb, and he gets out, and he's got those big green boots on, like the knee-high boots, and he's got these big, long, gloves that come, almost up to the elbow. And he says he wasn't wearing waders, it was boots. But he gets out, and he grabs this, I don't know if you remember, if you know, but they have these giant spools of hose on the side of the truck. And usually the hose is green. And so he grabs this giant, hefty green hose and just pulls it out of the spool. And he's, unspooling this, and he spools it and turns the sprayer, pump valve or whatever on, and he pulls the hose and he goes around to the back side of the house, and he starts spraying the lawn. And so he's spraying and spraying and spraying. Meanwhile, and he's focused on his spraying. And all of a sudden, he's spraying and the hose jerks. And he's like, it jerks. And so he turns around and he sees that his truck is slowly backing up without anybody in the driver's seat. Nobody's driving. The truck is just going down the hill very slowly. And what he does is he turns around and he grabs the hose and he plants his feet, like digs his feet in, and he's pulling on the hose, trying to stop the truck by pulling on the hose. Like, okay, whatever. I don't know what was going on in his mind at the time, but the truck is now pulling him through the yard, and his feet are dug in, and he's being dragged like plowing the yard. Like he's tilling the yard with his boots. The dirt is like making furrows, and he's digging the grass up as he's digging in, trying to stop the truck. And then he realizes, wait a minute, that truck was never put into park. Maybe he just maybe even loosely put on the emergency brake, and it wasn't even fully engaged. And now this truck is rolling down the hill backwards with nobody driving it. And so he realizes that pulling on the hose is not going to help. And so he throws the hose down in anger, and he runs after the truck, and he gets to the truck, and he opens the driver's side door, and he puts one foot up on the running board as he's hopping along with his other foot to try to get up. He's holding onto the door, and the truck's still moving, and he's trying to get up into the truck so he can put on the brake. And he does. He gets up inside the truck, and he starts to engage the brake. At the very instant that he's engaging the brake, the back of the truck hits that light pole. It was kind of going down the street, kind of curving a little bit until it went across the street, and the back end hit that light pole. And I remember it made this bong, and the light pole is just ringing like a bell. This huge, just ringing sound. And then it just sits there. And then very slowly you hear this metal bending sound, like grinding metal bending, and the light pole starts to bend over, and it bends over further and 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 further, and pretty soon that light pole comes all the way to the ground, and the light at the top very softly hits the asphalt in the street and just makes a crunch sound, and the glass breaks. But it didn't slam down hard. It came down slowly with metal bending sounds the whole way, like excruciating, like grinding and metal, like all this. Oh man, it was like nails on a chalkboard the whole way down, just slowly coming to. It's like watching a slow motion train wreck. It was so. Oh man, so that was another story. I mean, fortunately, nobody was hurt. The city had to come out and replace the light pole. But still kind of funny the way he was trying to hold the truck back, but by his own power. There's no way. It's completely beyond impossible. All right, so that's one story. We had this next one is kind of really sad. So we had another story. Hold on a second. I just want to double check something here. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to come back to this one. Next one is. So the next story is about our neighbors. I don't know who the neighbors were. I know that we had neighbors, and they moved out, but apparently they didn't sell that house. and instead of selling, they rented it out. And I know that they put up a fence in their backyard, and it was a big, big fence. They put up a 14-foot tall fence. It was a huge fence. And I remember that they did not put the fence posts with cement in the holes. When they auger the holes for putting the fence post in, they just stuck the fence post in the ground and then put dirt around it. Like that's going to keep the fence post up. And I mean, that's the worst idea. That's not how you build a fence. But I guess they were so cheap or lazy that they just augered the holes, put the fence posts in the ground, and put dirt in. And that's it. That's all they did. And so I struggled with that because the fence started to lean over for, we lived there for 18 years. So that fence was leaning over for a good portion of that 18 years. Obviously it didn't last probably quite that long. It was probably for about close to 8 to 10 years. That fence post was leaning more and more and more and more and more. And so I always had to mow under this leaning fence, and it got worse and worse to the point where I'm practically having to duck to push that lawnmower under there because it can't fit under the fence because the fence is leaning down so far. It's so stupid. Like these people, they didn't know how to build, or I don't know what, they didn't, or they're cheap for buying bags of cement. Anyways, but earlier on that fence was standing up, and it was a big fence, 14 foot tall. It was like twice as tall as a normal 6-foot fence. It was huge. It was a very tall fence, and then when they rented out, the renters that came in, at least maybe, I'm not sure how many renters they had, but they had some renters that came in, and these renters had some sort of problem with pets. They didn't know how to take care of animals. And I guess there's some sort of syndrome now that, people that they want to care for animals, but they can't really don't have the ability, and they try to care for too many animals, and it's not healthy for them or the animals. And so the animals end up not being treated properly, and the care is not, what it should be, and everything deteriorates, and these people, they can't take care of themselves, much less take care of their animals. And so everything kind of goes out of control. And for some reason, I think these people had some condition like that. And I think it was worse. I think they were actually doing some mistreatment of the animals as well. I don't know exactly what was going on in that house, but I know that they had a pit bull, and I know they were purposely mistreating the pit bull, even abusing it and starving it of food, specifically to make it a mean, angry animal. And the purpose behind that was to make it into a fighting dog, so they could take it to these underground illegal fights. I'm pretty sure that's what was happening. So they were being really mean and brutalizing this dog, but they had way too many animals. I think it was probably close to 40 cats, like crazy amounts of cats. I don't know how many birds they had in that house. They had fish tanks, a lot of fish tanks, and they had probably over 100 hamsters or gerbils or something of some kind, rats, I don't know what all, mice, and I don't know what all, but they had a lot of hamsters, and then birds. They had birds in there. There was a bird that was constantly like squawking really loud, you could hear it, 3 doors, 4 doors down. The thing was so loud, just squawking. I don't remember how, it sounded like something you would hear out of the Amazon jungle. I'm pretty sure they had lizards and turtles and all kinds of animals in there. And there was one cat, very, very, very young baby kitten. And it was always so desperate for food. All these cats would come around to our house. And there's this one cat that was very, very like a baby, just a tiny little kitten, all black and long hair. And we ended up, I think its name was called Midnight. And man, we loved that little kitten to death. We'd always put milk out for it, and some of the other cats would come along. And my sister and I think we have some pictures of us somewhere, of us petting on these little kittens and cats that came around to our house from the neighbors, because they wouldn't get enough food there, obviously, for sure. I'm sure that those people didn't provide enough food. So yeah, that happened. And then I, I think about the same time, my parents had bought, maybe a little bit before this, of maybe a couple of years before this, my parents had got me a bunny rabbit. And my bunny rabbit was an albino, except it had a yellow stain on its fur, and it had one little black spot kind of off to one side on the nose, but its eyes were albino. So you could see it kind of had that red albino look. We had this, and I called my bunny Snowy. It's my bunny rabbit. And I had a bunny rabbit cage, and so I'm sure you can sort of start to see there's a brutalized pit bull right next door, a 14-foot tall fence, and I've got my bunny rabbit in a bunny cage in the backyard. So apparently what had happened is that dog got out. It jumped the fence, 14-foot tall fence, that pit bull. He jumped the fence and would go around the neighborhood, and he had stolen a baby out of a stroller and was with intent to eat. He was going to eat that baby. So this is how brutal things were getting in that neighborhood with that dog. And apparently that baby had been rescued or saved and was fine. Like there was no, the baby had not been killed. But the pit bull had somehow just got away and probably got back home, and its owners had recaptured it. But then later on, it jumped the fence again, got out again, and it jumped the fence, and it attacked the cage where my rabbit was. It bashed the cage in, broke the cage, ripped the wire apart, and yanked my rabbit out of its cage, grabbed it in its jaws, and was running around the house, my house. And my mom saw it. She ran outside. She called 911. And she called 911, and she had grabbed the hose and started trying to beat the dog with the hose and spray the dog with the hose, trying to get the rabbit. And she terrorized the dog enough where the dog finally let the rabbit go, dropped it, and was running away. So my mom rescued the rabbit, and got the rabbit, put the rabbit in a box, and we got it into the garage, and we were trying to care for it because obviously it had been pretty brutalized by the dog. And animal control came, and they took that dog. And those owners, they knew what was coming because the animal control became very, they had interviewed and they had asked around, and all the questions were being asked. And those animal control, they knew that some stuff was happening in that house with all those other animals. And so those owners, those people that lived there, the renters, not the owners, the renters, they knew what was coming. And my bunny rabbit had apparently its neck had been broken, and so it was having trouble breathing, and it died in the night. So my dad had to put it into a shoebox, and we had to have a burial service out in the backyard, and the whole thing. For you know how it is with kids, you have to bury a beloved pet. So that was really quite sad, but the animal control and the police, they knew what was coming. They knew that they had to get back into that house, and those renters, they knew what was coming for them. So they packed up everything and they left in the middle of the night. That night, they packed up and left. And when the animal control showed up, police showed up, there was nobody there. Everything had been moved out. That's how fast things happened. So that was quite a story. Yeah. And it grew me because I had to ask questions like, is my bunny rabbit going to be in heaven? And, all the questions that kids have to ask when their pet dies. It was pretty traumatic, but of course that's what it is for anybody that is young and loses a pet. Oh yeah, that was another story. Um, so another one that happened was I'm a little bit older now, so we're talking like preteen, maybe 12, 11 or 12 years old, and I'm sitting there, and we had a huge snowstorm in Kansas. Ginormous. I mean, it was the biggest snowstorm we had ever had. Um, Feet, at least a foot, probably closer to eight. I think maybe 16, 18 inches. It was a lot of snow, especially for Kansas. Like they didn't really prepare like up north, like Chicago or Detroit or Minneapolis. Like they don't have as much snow equipment. I mean, it's not as bad as like Miami or Austin. Like those places, they might have one snowplow truck, maybe two if you're lucky. Places like that, they just don't get snow. They don't have anything for snow. And but Kansas, they have a little bit more than that, but not a lot, um, and certainly not enough to cover all the roads for 16 or 18 inches of snow. No way. There's not that much snow management. Um, and remember, we lived at the bottom of this hill that was sort of moderately steep. And so I'm there, I'm shoveling the driveway. I'd shovel the driveway, and then I'd go inside. We got like, it's a lot of snow. So I'd go out, I'd go inside, eat, play, whatever. And then the snow would pile up. So I'd go back out, shovel it up, shovel the driveway some more, come back in, play some more, do some activities, whatever, go back outside, shovel again. Obviously, it's a snow day. So I don't remember what I was doing, probably putting, Return of the Jedi in the VHS player and watching it on loop over and over again, or Back to the Future. I don't remember exactly what all I was doing, or maybe I was drawing, or I used to do a lot of drawing, so I would draw, doing my artistic work in the basement, my basement room. My parents had finished, so doing that kind of thing, like I did a lot of that, and or about those time, early, about 10, 11, 12 years old. I think it was when I was about 10. My parents got the first computer. It was an Amiga computer, Amiga 1000. So I would be on the computer sometimes, maybe playing or typing. I had started taking typing classes, so maybe I was doing some typing. I don't remember exactly, but it was something like that, right? And go out, shovel the driveway, go back in, do more activities, and then we had lunch, and I would see about lunchtime there was people coming home from work early, so they would come home, and they would go driving up the road in front of our house, struggling a little bit because it was slippery and a little bit uphill, but then they would turn to go up the hill, up the steeper hill, straight up from our house, and that road was less of a main road. That was much more of a suburban road. And so they'd go up there, and it's a hill. It's quite a bit steeper, and they would just immediately get stuck. And then all the neighbors would come out and help them shovel the car out and push the car off to the side to get out of the way. And the next neighbor coming home, he would see that, and he would spin out and go up the road and get stuck. And all the neighbors would come out and help him dig it out and push it off to the side of the road again. And so I ended up having all these holes where all these cars have been dug out, and some cars pushed off to the sides. And I'm sitting there, and we had lunch, of course, and do the dishes and whatever. And then the same thing, these people keep coming home. And then this salt truck, big snowplow, the kind that you see out on the freeway, huge snowplow, huge big dump truck with salt. And he comes along and he plows the road in front of our house, and then he goes to plow the road going up, and he gets stuck, and he has to back down, and he tries again. He gets a run at it, right? He starts to go up the hill and tries to and plow up the hill, and he can't. He gets stuck again, and he keeps trying, and he keeps like going faster, and now he's getting a long run and getting like faster, and he's skidding and going sideways just to get up the corner and get up plowing that street going up, and he gets stuck again, and finally he gives up and he backs out and goes away. obviously he just can't do it. And so then dinner comes along, and we eat dinner, family dinner, and then I'm sitting there doing the dishes, and I'm doing the dishes, washing the dishes, and out the window is looking straight up this road. And so I'm sitting there, I think we probably had bean burritos or something. I don't remember exactly what. We were eating some, so I was probably washing the plates, and I think that's what was happening. And so I'm washing the dishes, cleaning the spoons and whatever, and I see a bright yellow flash, and another one, and another one, and another one. And I look up, and I'm looking at this thing, and I look up at the top of the hill. There's a road grader, which I don't know if you would, and it was not one of those small ones. It was a full-size road grader, like the kind you would see at a construction site for a freeway, where they build the interstate. This thing had wheels as big as a pickup truck, and it has the two front wheels with a big giant blade, and then four wheels in the back with a cab that's way up high like this. And he had a light way up on top of the cab that was a yellow construction light that was going around like this. And that was, he was up in that cab. And I can remember I looked up, I could see him up in the top of that cab. And he had all his levers and he was really confident, like, okay, I'm going to plow this road if it's the last thing I do. And so he's sitting up there and he's like, okay. And he starts to he drops the blade down level with the road, just barely skimming. And he starts to come down the hill, and very confident. And then he gets a little ways down the hill, and the back of the road grader starts to skid. And so now he's kind of going a little bit cattywampus coming down the hill, and he panics because he starts to lose control. And so he slams that blade down to try to get a little extra traction with the blade, on the road. And so, and he's engaging the levers, and he's going crazy with the panicking, and the blade drops really hard. And now he's coming down the road, and he's picking up speed, and he's coming right towards me. I'm sitting here at the bottom of the hill in my kitchen washing the dishes, and I'm looking up at this guy in this road grader that's skidding towards me down the road, and snow is starting to billow around him. He's starting to look more and more like Halley's Comet, just snow flying all over the place as he's coming down the road, picking up speed towards me, coming at me a little bit sideways. And I'm like, Dad, Mom, you might want to come take a look at this. So I started to get a little bit nervous as this thing is coming straight at me. And you got to understand, we had a tree in our front yard. We had a cherry tree, a cherry blossom tree. Beautiful, beautiful cherry tree. The blossoms in the spring were just amazing. It's all this sort of purple and white, pink and white, beautiful colors. But right under the tree, we had this thing called a whirligig. I don't know if you know what a whirligig is, but a whirligig is, it's a wind, so sort of like a windmill, but usually without any sort of motors or anything attached. It just spins with the wind. Usually a lot of people just sort of put them out there because the wind blows and then they spin around. And so we had this whirligig. It was in the shape of a duck. It was white with red tipped wings. Of course, the wings are just little propellers so that the wind blows through and then they spin. And then it's sort of like arrows and angles towards the wind. Well, the wind was blowing because, of course, it was a snowstorm, and the storm is blowing, the wind is blowing, as snow is blowing, and this duck is sitting there in the yard going with the little wings spinning around. And so there's this little whirligig duck thing under the tree, just sort of spinning like this. And here comes this road grader, and the road grader jumps the curb and comes into our front yard and stops right just inches before that tree. And there's that duck just sort of, he's still spinning. And that guy's the guy's up in his cab just going, like, okay, I stopped it. I didn't bulldoze somebody's house. So that's quite a story that God saved our house and I didn't get bulldozed that night. All right, so out of control snowplow. Next one. Next story is um, we kept having these kids that would come along, these teenagers, and they would put like an M80 in our mailbox, and the mailbox would explode, and then my parents would have to buy a new mailbox. And then they'd put the new mailbox in, and then the same teenagers, or maybe a different set of teenagers, would come along with a baseball bat and smack our mailbox, and mailbox would go flying or have a huge dent and be misshapen or whatever, and then we'd have to get another mailbox. We kept having to do this over and over, and then a car hit our mailbox one time, and now we got to, get another mailbox again. So we kept having to do mailbox over and over and over and over. My parents were getting tired of it. So one time they had my uncle Gary, came and visited with his wife. And Gary owns a company out in Bakersfield, California, called it's a bricklaying company. And so masonry. So he did a lot of bricklaying. So him and my dad decided to make a project out of it. And so they put a foundation, a cement concrete foundation, right there where that mailbox is. And they built a brick mailbox. And now no M80s. There's no baseball bats. A car is going to run into that. Car is going to be done. It's going to be totaled. The mailboxes, and they built it solid. They built it solid brick, not just a little light thing. And it was heavy. It was probably 2 tons. Thing was reinforced with steel rebar. It was extremely overbuilt. The thing was crazy heavy. And so they built that thing. It was really insane. Big mailbox, brick, solid cement, reinforced steel. And so they'd finished it, and it was great. It was a nice mailbox. We're like, okay, we got a really good mailbox now. We're not going to have that problem anymore. We solved that one. And my mom took us out to run errands. And I think she was going to get some dry cleaning and get some groceries, and I don't know what else. I'm sure there was some other stuff we had to go do. Maybe go do some clothes shopping or whatever. So we were out running all these errands, and you got to understand, we lived 3 doors up from another major street that kind of ran at an angle called Midland Drive. So those of you who, there's people from Kansas City who know what I'm talking about. We lived on a street called 67th Street, 67th Street and Midland Drive. And we were 3 houses up from Midland Drive. So now I've given you a location, you can look it up. But that was where we lived. And if you followed 67th Street past Midland Drive, it continued for a little ways. And then it went up a really steep hill up to a stop sign. Now that stop sign has now become a stop light. It's now an intersection. But it used to be just a stop sign, like a 4-way stop. That's all it was. When I was growing up, it was just a 4-way stop. But I know they've turned it into an intersection, a stoplight. But yeah, you stop at the 4-way stop there at 67th at the top of the hill, and you couldn't see our house from there because there was a big hill, and then you'd get to the top of the hill, and then you could look over Midland Drive and sort of see our driveway and a little bit of our house there. And so we were coming back down 67th Street. We stopped at the 4-way stop, and then we continued on, got to the top of the hill, and we're coming down the hill. And as we come over the top of the hill, we're looking, and there's all these emergency vehicles in front of our house, with the lights on. There's multiple police officers. There's a fire truck. There's an ambulance parked in our driveway. And we're like, what's going on? And we come a little bit closer to our house, and there's crowds of people around our house. And we get up closer. There's a van with what's going on with this thing? And we drive right up there, and there's crowds of people. There's a news anchor there with a news van, and Like all this stuff's happening right there at our house. We're like, what's going on? We get up closer, and this other van that's parked there, the whole front of the van is smashed. And we come up to our driveway, and there's this ambulance parked in our driveway. And we go to pull into our driveway, and we're like, wait a minute, our mailbox is gone. The brick one with all the steel rebar, the one that was reinforced, the whole mailbox is gone. It's down to slab. There's nothing left. We're like, what happened to our mailbox? That thing was 2 tons. How could it just vanish? Where did it go? So you got to understand, our neighbors, the ones I told you about, the ones that had the animals, they had put in this, I don't know if you know about, you've seen these like old style, sort of decorative style fences where it's just a post and like 2 boards, and that's it. Right, usually they'll do that in like sort of an L shape, so you have a post, 2 boards, and then another post with another 2 boards, sort of like in this little corner shape, like that. And they had planted rose bushes on the inside of that sort of L-shaped corner of fencing in their front corner of their lawn, with the corner closest to our mailbox. And so we're like, where did our mailbox go? And we got out, and the police were asking us questions. Is this your house? Yes, this is our house. Do you know what happened to your mail? Obviously your mailbox. And we're like, well, what happened? Like, what's going on here? And the police officer points, and he says, you see the skid marks right here? So there's long, probably 50-foot skid marks, and across the road, going up the road this way. And they're like, yeah. And you see that van over there? And we're like, yeah. And he said, well, that's an ice cream truck. And the ice cream truck hit your mailbox. And we're like, well, where did the mailbox go? Like, we can't even, where is it? And he said, it's on the other side of those rose bushes, and it's in the neighbor's yard over there. And so we looked, and the mailbox is upside down, top first, like a missile, into the ground, and there's no like damage to the fence, this like rickety wooden fence, and the rose bushes aren't damaged. And here's this 2-ton mailbox sitting upside down on the other side of it. And so we're like, you kind of do the math and think, oh, wait a minute, this mailbox had to go up and over that fence, up and over the rose bushes. It didn't roll through the middle. It didn't go across the ground. It flew through the air and landed upside down in the neighbor's yard. 2 tons flying through the air. That's some energy. And obviously the front of that ice cream truck was completely smashed. It was the van was totaled. And the owner of the van is there. And that's why there was a crowd. It was a crowd of kids and a few adults all scrambling around that ice cream truck because the owner of the truck was having to give away his ice cream for free because it was all going to melt. So he's just handing out ice cream like, here you go, here you go, here you go, free ice cream. What do you want? All right, here you go. He's just handing out, emptying out his vehicle from all the ice cream, getting rid of it, all of it. Just let it all go. And and the police were interviewing him and asking him, so what happened? Like, and he said, well, I was maybe going a little too fast, and I, put on the brakes and sort of skidded a little bit, lost control, and went into this mailbox. And the police officer sort of scratching his head and going, wait a minute, the skid marks are like 40 or 50 foot long. If you're slammed on your brakes, it's going to take you a certain amount of time for you to stop. Basic physics, like there's a deceleration time, and you skidded and you still had enough energy. Okay, so the math, this mailbox weighs about 2 tons. So that means basic physics, this mailbox went from 0 miles per hour to flying through the air for such and such distance, which means it had to have such and such amount of energy to land over there. And that means you had to have such and such energy, going here at the point of collision, which means you were going such and such fast. And then if we do the math back to the deceleration when you slammed on the brakes with the skid marks, we can calculate and compute how fast you were going at the point of collision, which means you were going such and such fast when you hit the brakes, based on your reaction time. When this happened, you can do all the math, right? And the police officer is just sort of scratching his head, doing the math in his head without even writing it down, and he's automatically coming to the conclusion that this guy was going way too fast, which is concerning, because if you sort of think, and if you know what was up that road on 67th Street, further up that road, then that would be very concerning, because that part of 67th Street, the road got narrow, and it didn't have a shoulder at all. It was just ditches, and the road got very hilly, like it would go very up and then very steep back down, very steep up and very steep back down, and the top of these hills were very short, so it would kind of go like that. And if you were going too fast, like if you're going more than 40 miles an hour, your vehicle was going to be in the air, guaranteed. Like, that's how this road was. And if you're coming up, and it went kind of up high like this and then back down high. So if you're coming up on this side of the road, you wouldn't be able to see another vehicle coming up the other side. And it's narrow. It's very narrow. Like if it's so narrow that your tires had to be off the road in order for another car to pass you. And so if you're flying down that road at anything more than 40 miles an hour, number one, you're going to be in the air. Number two, you might be in danger of a head-on collision with somebody else if they're coming on that road, coming the other direction. It was extremely dangerous if you did not pay attention on that road and take it slow. And so for him to be going, any sort of speed would be very concerning. And then he is going speed because he hit the mailbox, and he obviously came from that direction. And he wouldn't have been going the other direction, coming down the road, down that hill at the T, because then he would have had that speed taking the corner, and he wouldn't have been able to do the corner at that speed. And the skid marks started from going up the other road anyway, so he obviously came from that direction. It's just basic, makes sense. So, okay, whatever. Very, very concerning that this guy sort of downplayed his behavior and his action behind the wheel of that vehicle. But again, nobody was hurt, no injuries, so really quite a miracle. But let's continue on. So that was the mailbox, airmail. I call it the airmail ice cream truck. That was quite a story. So all right, so I'm going to say that there was another time in sort of early college life. I'm jumping ahead. I'm going to sort of jump around a little bit here. There was another time, early college life, when I was starting to build my relationship with the Lord. And this is going to tie into another one later. But I was starting to build that relationship with the Lord. And I wanted God to show me something. And so I pleaded with God for weeks. My imagination was still running strong as a early college life, and so I asked God, "Can you show me something from your kingdom?" And I pleaded with God, "Show me something, show me something, show me something, show me something." I want to see a place. I want to have a place where I can meet you. Show me something that would never exist in this world, something from your kingdom. And so I pleaded and pleaded and prayed and meditated. And one night God showed me a place. He showed me this sort of image, and I'll never forget it. It just completely blew my mind. It was this sky of like these purple nebula, these clouds of purple in the stars, and everything was very purplish, and there was these bright stars, these constellations, like these clusters of stars. It was really, really beautiful, and it was over this lake, and the lake was very calm with very subtle waves, very slow, soft waves coming in to the shore, sort of lapping like you would expect from a lake. And the shoreline was covered in these stones, which were kind of like black stones. We've got my guest coming, so just give me a second here. Hold on.
All right. Hey, I need to put Shoba back in the back.
Okay. Get the you have to open up the gate yourself.
Yeah, I saw the lock.
Yeah, just it's the red one, the red lanyard on it's hanging.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Open. Okay.
Yeah, it's the red one, and you just go through the back door and go back there. You have to unlock it. There's 2 cane bolts on the bottom, and there's a brick there. You got to move the brick out of the way, and the door is kind of sticky because it's falling off the hinges. So the left one is. So you got to kind of finagle it just gently because of course it'll rip. It's rotting. So just be careful when you open it.
All right. Where's the key hanging?
Yeah, it's the lanyard by the garage door there. All right. I guess we've got a guest coming. So sorry if you heard some of that, but he's going to be coming here pretty quick. So I guess he's just going to sort of take care of that for a second. Yeah. So yeah, God showed me, and so the lake shore was covered in these stones, but they were black. It was these black, sort of like river rock, if you they're rounded off by the action of the water, and so it's covered in these black sort of like river stones, beach stone, and I don't know if you know the sound, if you've ever heard the sound of water on like river stones or stones, especially from a lake. It sort of makes this unique sound. It's like sort of a rattly, raspy, watery sort of wave action. But it was very kind of soft and subtle and soothing. And that place was so peaceful. I had this incredible experience of peace. Yeah, really, 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 really peaceful. And so ever since then, I had that place that I could go and be, share sort of a meditation experience with Christ in that space. So that, and I go back there and meditate, from time to time. But I'm going to share with you later because I've been through a pretty traumatic life crisis, and so God needed to share more to me another place, and I'm going to talk more about that in a little bit here. So, but let's continue on. That was this purple nebula lakeshore, the experience that I really enjoy the peace of that experience and that memory. And I'm sure that when we get to paradise, when we get to heaven, I'm sure I'll be able to go visit that place in real life instead of just in my mind. So I'm looking forward to that travel experience and being able to see that. Okay, so this is good that we've got my friend here. And because the next couple of testimony stories are going to involve a little live action. Hopefully he's okay being on camera. I think he probably will be, but I want to demonstrate what happened in this next section. So we'll just wait for him to finish up, and I think he'll be here briefly. and then we can sort of get going here. Okay. So, yeah, we're jumping around a little bit here, but and there's still quite a bit more to go. But I think a lot of the action stories are over with. I mean, you could see how God moved to protect me and encourage me and strengthen me and show me that even though things are exploding, things are blowing up, and animals are going rabid and insane and crazy, that things are still okay. Yeah. So hopefully this can get going again here. Hold on. Okay. Well, hopefully things will work out here pretty soon. All right, let's continue on. I guess we'll go into the next story. Well, the next several stories, things start to depend upon each other because the stories sort of go in a series, and so you need to hear one to sort of inform on the next one. So that's why I'm sort of holding off a little bit here, and sort of stalling, and I apologize for that. So please just bear with me briefly. I think I'm gonna see what's going on here. Again, if you have any thoughts or anything you want to share, here's my friend. He doesn't have to be on camera yet.
I can't.
There he is. All right. I sort of set the camera up a little bit for you. That's my friend Doug. And of course, my name is Seth. And yeah, we're just going to get into the next part of the story. So I've told the stories already about a head-on collision with a semi-truck on an ice road in North Dakota. And God saved me from that one. There was an exploding, I call it the exploding fire truck. It wasn't the actual fire truck that was exploding, but the explosion was happening above the fire truck right across the street from our house when a high voltage power line was discharging into a tree, and all that electricity was building up in the air, and it turned the hallway of our house into a giant capacitor. So I was living inside of a capacitor. It was absolutely wild. So I call that the exploding fire truck story. You can watch the replay later, of course. There was the exploding insulation truck. So I was, they were doing spray foam insulation, and this was the early days of the early 80s. And the spray foam truck, the pressure wasn't regulated properly, and the tank exploded and covered the whole neighborhood in insulation. But it could have just as easily been covering the whole neighborhood in fire, because that stuff is flammable. And so it's a miracle that we didn't all die in a fireball. Absolute miracle there. And then, of course, we had a runaway lawn care truck where the lawn care truck was not put into park properly, and it rolled down a hill towards my house and was diverted and ran into a light pole, and the light pole bent over and stopped that. So that was another one. There was a pit bull that the neighbors were brutalizing to become a fighting dog. And it jumped a 14-foot tall fence and tried to eat a baby out of its stroller, but it also jumped the fence and beat the metal cage for my bunny rabbit, grabbed the rabbit, broke its neck, and was running around my house outside. So all of that happened, and that's a whole nother story. And then of course, and I gave that one. And then there's the out of control snowplow, which was a road grader that lost control and was sliding down the road towards our house. And that's another story. So, and then there's the ice cream truck. I call it airmail because the ice cream truck hit our mailbox, which was a 2-ton brick mailbox, and sent the mailbox flying through the air over the neighbor's rose bushes. It's a pretty wild story. So that's another one. And then I just shared the story about God showing me this purple nebula in space, and took me to this place where there's this soft lake with the ripples of the water coming in over these sort of river rock, like these black river stones. and the peace that I got from that experience. So, so the next couple stories, I've got a list of them. There's quite a list. You can see I'm just barely scratching the surface. I've only covered that much, and it's already been an hour and a half. So there's like quite a list still to go. With the next couple stories, I have to do some live action. So it's good that you're here because I want to tell these stories, and I need somebody to sort of help me act it out, if you're good with that.
We'll see.
Okay. I'm not sure if this will work. I guess, maybe we can do this.
Before we get,
Yeah, go ahead.
I gotta go settle in with him. I put him in the back, but I haven't. I don't want to just stick him back there, and
Right.
I want to sit with him for a minute, walk around.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe I'll continue on with another story briefly here about career and God, doing that. So I'll sort of continue on, and then we'll come back to these stories here.
Is anybody watching you?
I don't think so. I think it's just myself watching. There might be one other person maybe, but I don't want to leave the stream going just and step away.
Yeah.
So obviously it's a live recording. So let's. You can go do what you got to do. I'll continue on.
10 minutes.
Sure. Yeah, come on back when you're ready, and we'll continue on.
Okay.
All right. So next story is I'm just going to sort of we're going to come back to these other ones. So there was this time, and this will lead into a whole series of stories later. But I was driving in Minneapolis, just probably South Minneapolis. So we're thinking like I want to think probably Burnsville or Lakeville or Farmington, Minneapolis, Minnesota, someplace right around that southern Minneapolis, sort of suburban area. Burnsville, maybe a little south of Burnsville, sort of where Interstate 35 East and 35 West sort of part ways from Interstate 35. So sort of right in that zone, right in that area. There's a grocery store with a road that's going sort of like not a interstate, but a local road. It's sort of a main road. I think it has it's like a divided highway, not an interstate, but it's a divided main road. It's got stoplights on it, so it's not really a highway, but it is a main road, and it's got a lot of businesses along the sides. And one of them is a sort of like a Whole Foods premium grocery store kind of a thing. And I was driving on this road right in front of that grocery store, and I felt and heard God sort of allowing me or inviting me to make a commitment to him. And I did. I made a commitment to him that as long as I was going to remain true to him, that he would remain true to me in my career, in my future, in my income earning situations, my means of self-support, that if I remained true to him, that he would remain true to me. And he would always provide for me. And I would commit myself and my life to him. And I had already been baptized, so this wasn't anything new, really. It was just a reaffirmation, a recommitment, or a deeper commitment. And so I made that. I confirmed that. And I felt that. I felt that there was that confirmation, that backing that would be there. Not to say that covenant, that promise couldn't be broken. Of course, I have broken it, probably many, many times. But God always remains true, even if I break it. He's still there. He's still supporting of me, even when things don't go right, even when things don't work out correctly. So, yeah, that's something to think about. Because, I always turn back to Jesus. I always turn back to God as my hope. And because I always turn back, he's always faithful and there to receive me. because I always turn back. I always come back to him. I always turn back to him. And so I remember very clearly that where that commitment was made and what happened when that commitment, like, it was a powerful moment driving down that road and feeling that commitment and the confirmation of that commitment. It was a powerful moment. I'll never forget that. And God has confirmed with me that memory of what happened when I was driving down that road, that commitment at that specific place. And I it's one of the things I'll never forget. So, yeah, that was, and that's going to come back up because there's all these other things that happened in my career life that brought that back. So, let me continue on forward a little bit. So as I was moving, when I moved back to Minneapolis, of course I moved out from my parents' house, and that was a big move for me. It was the first time moving out on my own, moving back to college, moving back to Minneapolis to finish my degree in computer science with a minor in mathematics. And I was one class away from a double major. I had actually been studying quadruple major, electrical engineering, computer science, mathematics, and physics. So I was studying 4 majors, but I ended up going with computer science because I started a business early on back in the 2000s, early 2000s, right around the year 2000. I started a business, software business, and of course I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't really have a plan. We didn't have any innovation. I just started a business because it was .com and everybody was starting businesses. So yeah, that's kind of what happened. And of course, without a plan and without any innovation or any product or anything like that, we were bound to fail. There was no real plan. We just wanted to start a business. And so obviously we failed. And I realized that I had to finish college. So I started dropping majors and I ended up with computer science. And I was going to try to do a double major, mathematics. But math was my weakest subject. So I really needed to turn things around and study very, very, very hard. And it was exceptionally difficult for me because I had a learning disability, which slowed me down even more. So I really, really had to fight an uphill battle to get that. And I did it. I accomplished it. It was one of the hardest things I did in my whole life. And then when I moved out on my own, things shifted. Things changed. Of course they did, right? That's what always happens. And I tended to get quite lonely because I didn't have a lot of people around me. And I just had my job or my coworkers, and my college friends were all gone away. And so it was just me by myself, living a single life. And I got really lonely a lot. And then one day, God showed me this experience. He showed me what it was going to be like emotionally. I felt the emotional experience of what heaven is going to be like from an emotional experience. And so, and it was sort of a precursor of what heaven is going to be. It was just an emotional glimpse. It was a very small glimpse. But I got a sense of it. So I got a vision. It's sort of like a vision, sort of a night dream. And I was floating in some clouds like an angel kind of thing. There was angels all around, but the angels around were rushing. They were busy. They were very excited. Extremely, there was an energy in the air. It was like right before the fireworks on the 4th of July, or the energy that happens in the house at a family reunion on Thanksgiving dinner, or the energy in the room, before right on Christmas, right before reopening the presents. It's this excitement, and the energy was so intense. It was so powerful that the emotion was overwhelming of this excitement, this energy, this and it was like electric. It was powerful. It was so electric, and so these angels are flying and racing all over the place, and they're doing this excitement, and I'm sort of like in bewilderment. I'm like, what is so exciting? What is all this excitement about? And this angel flies past, and I'm like, wait, what's so exciting? What's going on? And this angel stops briefly, sort of flying past me, and he stops and he looks at me and he says, "It's almost time. It's almost time." And there's like all this excitement. And this was, I don't know, this was probably 8 years ago. And the excitement was just like, it's almost time. So much energy. And I felt this. It wasn't just like the energy for the sake of energy. It wasn't just excitement for the sake of excitement. It was this loving energy. And I don't even know where to even begin. The best thing I can use to describe it was the feeling of coming home to Thanksgiving dinner, and all the family's going to be there, and everybody's excited to see everybody else, and it's all coming. Everybody's coming home, and finally we're all gonna be together and like forever, and it's just the love and the energy and the excitement all together was so overwhelming. That's the best words I can use to describe it. It was almost beyond words. It was actually beyond words, because those are the best words I can use to even come close to describing it. That was quite the experience. And then I had another sort of, this happened more like a day vision. It was like a daydream, but it wasn't the kind where your eyes roll back and no, it wasn't like that. No, it was more like a real, more realistic, in the sense that I could retained my own conscious thoughts. So this second vision, I was standing in a field, and I could see this cloud. The Bible describes it. If you've read Revelation, we study Revelation. The Bible describes that the second coming will appear as a cloud, a dark cloud, in the sky, about the size of a man's hand, held at arm's length. So about like that, a small cloud, just sort of held at arm's length, which is a cloud like that. But then it grows, and it grows and it grows and it gets big until God's brightness shines out of the cloud, and His glory comes, and all the angels, and that's the second coming of Jesus Christ in the clouds of glory, right? But what I saw was, I was standing in a field. I saw this cloud, this dark cloud, and I saw the dark cloud starting to grow and grow and grow and grow and get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then just before the glory of God's glory coming through the clouds, that's where it stopped, right? So I could just see some lights starting to, rays of light coming out of the cloud, and then that's where this stopped. But it was very unique in sort of this visual representation of what I saw. Was the cloud was growing, and it was growing strangely. It wasn't just growing like a normal cloud grows. Like you look up and you see a storm cloud sort of growing, and of course the normal clouds here on Earth, they sort of billow up, and you sort of get this thing across out the bottom, and it's sort of like an anvil shape where it kind of does this, and you get the stuff out at the top. It wasn't growing like that. That's not how this cloud was growing. This cloud was growing, it was growing like tendrils, like snakes. They were snaking outward like this. It was something like you would see out of a movie. It was very strange, very weird, very different. It's not like normal cloud growth. And I thought that it's like, wow. And then the cloud just got bigger, and then the lights came out. And yeah, it was unique. It was interesting. It was different. So that was another experience that I sort of went through. So let's continue on. I guess. I wanted to tell this to him, but let's continue on. I guess we'll jump forward. I'm gonna skipping around a little bit more than I had wanted to, but so we had a friend of ours. I'm not going to say her full name. I'll just call her Ate. Ate usually means sister in Philippines, in Tagalog. So we met this lady friend of ours. I'll just call her Ate. And we became really good friends with her. My wife and I both became friends with her. And she went through a whole series of crises in her life. It was crises after crises after crises after crises after crises. And she started having a lot of family that were dying, that were passing away. She lost a sister. I believe she lost another sister. And then she lost her brother. And I think she lost another brother. And then she lost her mother. And then she lost her father. And I think then she lost another brother. I'm not sure exactly like what all, but I know she lost her mom, and I know she lost her dad. They both passed away, and I know she was losing sisters left and right, and it was just her and like maybe one other sibling. I think maybe one other brother was left. Like people were in her family were just passing away left and right, and it was just crisis after crisis after crisis. And then her husband was having heart surgery, open heart, so triple bypass heart surgery, and it's just one thing after another after another after another was hitting her again and again and again and again, and then at one point she was praying if she should go home or not to be with her. I think it was be with her mother, or I think either her mother or her father. I don't remember which one. And she was praying if she should go, and because it's a lot of money to go back home to the Philippines, and so we went there. We were comforting her at her house. My wife cooked up some food. We went over there. We had a get together and shared, time with her, and as we went out to the car, we felt impressed to get out the checkbook and write a check for her. We didn't know how much. And my wife and I, we just sort of looked at each other and we agreed on an amount. And I was actually thinking, okay, maybe my thoughts were like we were sort of thinking about an amount to write a check for her. And I was thinking, let's just, write it for a certain amount. And my wife said, okay, let's write it for a different amount than I did. So, and her amount was $100 less than what I was thinking, because I was thinking let's donate a little bit more, and so we wrote the check, but we wrote it for the amount that my wife wanted to write, and we did. We wrote the check, and we put it in an envelope and a card, and we took it in to this get together, and we left it there as a sort of a gift card. And for her to open up later after we left. Sort of like you do, you go to a wedding, you drop your gift on a card at whatever table, right? And then you have your event, and then the people, the couple that's getting married, they'll go and open up the gifts later, and then they write thank you letters and all that. It's sort of a more formal way of having gifts. And so that's what we did. Well, come to find out that she had been praying to the Lord. She had been praying to God, and she was asking God for a specific amount. And if that amount came, that it would be a sign that she was supposed to go back to the Philippines to be with her significant family that was passing. And it turns out she got that specific amount from us, the exact amount. And more than that, she got more gifts from other church members. And all of those gifts added up to enough to cover the cost of the ticket to go home to be with their family. And extra. She got more. She got extra, just enough extra to cover additional costs. But when she opened our envelope, she knew right away that the sign was clear that she was to go. Because she was ready to take her own money to buy that ticket. But she ended up getting extra enough to cover the cost of the ticket. And enough extra for travel expenses as well. So, God is real. And if you're questioning if he's real or not, he is. And he will move. He will move. You ask for prayer in his name and submit to his will. Whatever your will is, Lord, not according to what I desire, but according to what you want for me. If you submit to him, then he will answer your prayer. Prayer is so powerful. And there was a time where, my wife and I, we were sort of working through. We were living paycheck to paycheck, barely getting by, and sort of, my wife said, you know what, we need to start tithing. We need to start paying our tithe, putting our whatever income we get, and pay 10% towards the church. And I was like, I don't know how we're going to do that because we're already barely getting by with the paycheck that we've got. And I don't know how that's possible. And I said, okay, all right, but I get your point. You have a very good point. And then and we had a sermon at about the same time. We went to church. There was a sermon, and I learned in the sermon, this church sermon, that God challenges us to pay the tithe, and challenges us to test Him on that the payment of that tithe. And furthermore, it's the only place in the Bible that we are encouraged to test God on. The only place that we're encouraged to test God. The Bible says, test me in this. See if you do not tithe and return to the storehouse what is owed to God, if God will not open up the floodgates of blessing beyond what you can receive. And that happened. So we started tithing. And let me just say, there was a lot that happened because that. Once we started tithing, my salary doubled. Doubled. I made twice as much. Now, I will say, it's still not enough. Because, of course, the world, you could make an infinite amount of money and it's still not enough. That's because that's in the world. But it wasn't just the money that increased, that doubled. There was a lot of other things that doubled as well. There was food. Our food means doubled. We were overwhelmed with a flood of blessings beyond just financial. We were overwhelmed. I was overwhelmed and continue to be overwhelmed with knowledge and wisdom. Not to say I didn't make mistakes after that. I still do, and I still did. Yeah, I made mistakes. but the blessings started to flow and flood. And I'm going to cover some of that. We're going to keep going here. Let's see here. So another one. Boy, we're really jumping around here. We need to try to get this back under control here. So, oh boy. I'm sure he's coming in here pretty soon. Again, I just, I wanted to hit a few points before we keep going. Okay, so I can go into some other things that we did here before I cover these. So there was, when I was in high school, this is going back. When I was in high school, there was a high school I went to. So I'm just let me hold on. Before I do this, let me mark off the ones that were done. So I don't lose my track here, because we are jumping around a little bit more than I had planned. Okay, just apologize for this. Be patient with me. I'm sorry, bear with me. Okay, here we go. Just marking off the stories off this list that are done here. So be patient with me. I'm sorry. Okay. And, all right. Almost done marking these off. Okay. All right. Okay, so next. So I was working at this, I was in high school, and I was working at this company called Rainbow Fin Company. They make surfboard fins. Sailboard fins, boogie board fins, wakeboard fins, just fins for water sports. And I would work on these fins. Okay, I think he's coming back here. He's going to be coming back soon. I worked on making these fiberglass fins. So of course we worked with resin and fiberglass, and there's a number of stories that go around this, but we're going to come back to all of them. I'm just going to tell a few key ones. And there's a process by which these fins would be made. There was the resin pouring and laying out of glass. So there's a special room just for the laying out of glass on these big tables. They would do that. These other workers that would be out there, and then these big huge sheets. They would usually come in by like 4 foot by 8 foot huge sheets of fiberglass. They'd bring those into the rest of the shop, and we would cut them into these long strips. This depends on the height of the fin, like that. Sometimes they'd be shorter, sometimes a lot taller, sometimes really tall. Just depends on the height of the fin or the length of the fin. And so like sailboard fins, they're really, really tall like this. But regular, more surfboard fins might be a little bit shorter like that, or even like that. So they'd cut them into these long sheets, and the fins would sort of be like they'd be drawn in, sort of like this kind of an arrangement to maximize the efficiency of the space, because the fin has a tail on it, which is sort of that thing, and the rest of the fin is down here like that. And you use the tail stock to attach into the surfboard. And so to get maximum arrangement, you would arrange them on this sheet of fiberglass like that. And then they'd use a sharp like needle point to trace out an outline. And then of course they would cut lines between the fins, and you'd cut this long sheet into these smaller sections. And you do that with like a chop saw. It's like a miter saw. And so you take this long sheet, and you'd take a miter, and it had a pull on it. So I'd grab the saw and I'd pull it across, and it would cut the sheet, and you would set the angle according to the thing you're cutting. And so you just trace the line that's traced on the thing, on the sheet of fiberglass, trace it, pull a saw across, move it across the next one, pull it again, go to the next one, and you'd cut the sheet up into these, sections that had the profile, the outline of the surfboard fin on it. Well, there was one time I was working on, they put me on this task of cutting up these sheets. So I'm sitting there, I've got the sheet on the table, and I'm pulling. I go like this, pull, move to the next one, pull, cut. And then this one time, I'm just pulling, and I pull, and I cut, and my thumb slips and goes up into the saw like that. It slipped off the top of the sheet of fiberglass and went up into the saw, and it hit the guard. And I jerked it back, because if that guard hadn't been there, my thumb would have probably flown right past my ear. It was pretty insane. So my thumb was protected by that guard just for an instant, but it very easily could have just been zing like that and gone. So, thank God for guards and safety. But then there was another time I was working, and right after these outlines are cut, they're just big blocks of fiberglass, and they've got the outline cut on them, traced. The outline of the surfboard fin is traced out, and you need to run it through a planer to get it flat. So you'd flip it over, and of course I think they would put them through the planer before, and then they would trace the outline and then cut them up, and then you'd have these individual blocks, and you'd flip it over and plane the other side. So you take the blocks, big old bin full of them, and then put each one on this conveyor belt, and then they would go into that planer. And the planer it was basically a big giant belt sander. And we're talking like 3 foot tall, and it's sitting on a table with this belt sander that's running. And the belt sander, on both sides of this sander drum, was these wheels that would clamp down on whatever's going through this conveyor to make sure that it is clamped and level and held down. Because, of course, if it's not held down, then it could get sucked up into that belt and just get shredded, or it would destroy the belt or the gears or drives or whatever. So these clamp down wheels would clamp down on it. And, of course, you're just feeding these things in. And I would feed in, a big slab of fiberglass for a surfboard fin, and just feed one in, feed the next one in, feed the next one in. You're just sort of doing that thing. And I fed one in, and it clamped down on the tip of my glove, like that. And it pressed down so hard, and I tried to jerk it out, and I couldn't get my glove out from under that because it was clamped down on it so hard. It really clamped hard, and I couldn't get my hand out. And so my hand is being dragged in with the glove into this thing. And so I'm like, I got to do something. So I just pulled the glove off, and I'd let the glove go in with the machine. And of course the glove gets just immediately right off the tip of the finger, and the rest of the glove goes up into the machine and jams up the machine. And of course the emergency stopped the machine. And I'm just sitting there going, that could have been my arm, because my whole arm would have been sucked into that machine, and I would have at least lost my hand. The whole thing would have just been, and the thing came out the other side, and all that was left was the little nub of the finger. And I'm like, that could have been, that would have been all that was left of my finger. And I was just like, man, God saved my arm that day, saved my life. It could have been really bad. So, okay, let me just mark off. Here's another one. So not only did I make the surfboard fins, but sometimes I got to go out and test them. And because we lived on a beach, the high school I was attending was on the beach. And this is in Monterey Bay. The name of the school is a boarding academy, is a Christian boarding academy called Monterey Bay Academy. And right there on the beach, they have a bluff. It's a big, giant dirt cliff, probably 200, 150, maybe 100, 150 feet tall cliff of dirt. And at the top of that cliff is this dirt airport. It's a dirt runway. And one of the things our school has is an aviation program. A high school had an aviation program where high schoolers could learn how to pilot airplanes. And when I was there, they didn't have that class. And people would fly their planes over that runway. Sometimes they would land, usually like a touch and go. They just come touch the wheels and then take off again. Or they would just buzz that runway and fly over it. We would have stunt planes that would fly over that airplane, over that runway. I remember sometimes I'd be out there rummaging through the fiberglass trash bin, getting pieces of scrap fiberglass to use to make projects. I could build stuff with some of that scrap fiberglass. And I'd be rummaging through their trash bin, and I'd see these stunt planes flying upside down over the runway. And, sometimes there'd be a guy with goggles and they're going like that, smiling. And I'd see him right over the runway, and he'd do barrel rolls and pull up and go. It was amazing. It was really cool. But you got to understand this Monterey, this school, Monterey. In Monterey Bay, it's this huge bay. You can go look it up. Monterey Bay has some unique geographic formations underwater. So under the ocean, there's a canyon down to the ocean floor. There's a canyon down there that's bigger than the Grand Canyon. Underwater, it's under the ocean. So when the tide comes in and goes out, the currents they funnel down through that canyon, and it causes this undertow, this riptide that can be deadly. It's one of the most deadly places on Earth for undertow and riptide. And it will suck you out to sea, and not just suck you out to sea, it'll drag you down underwater. And you'll go get dragged. The currents are so extreme down through there that you can get sucked down through that canyon. It's like a slot. It's a narrow slot canyon. It's wide at certain parts when it gets out towards the back, but up close towards the shore, it's kind of narrow. And so the water will funnel down through there, and it'll flow down through very fast. And if you get dragged down there, you're going to be bashed up against the rocks in this narrow canyon, and then you'll come up through the water. Miles offshore, you might float back up to the surface, but there's no way you're going to survive. Like, you're going to be underwater, and you will die. And people have died that way. That riptide and that undertow it'll kill you if you're not careful. And so usually when you go out into that water, you usually need to buddy swim. You got to have somebody with you, just in case something happens. So you usually got to have somebody with you, and it's important to have some sort of flotation with you as well. Usually your surfboard is a flotation device itself. So usually you have an ankle bracelet that's velcroed to your ankle. So even if you get tumbled in a wave, your board is still attached to you. You can grab it and you can, hold on to it. And you have a way of, sort of making some flotation so you can have a chance of surviving, rather than getting ripped underwater and then just carried down through underwater in a canyon, because that'll kill you. And if you're not on a surfboard, maybe you need to have a floaty boogie board, like a body board or something like that. And so there's this one time I had a body board. I was doing some boogie boarding, and I was out there, and I had some friends that were sort of around us. We were sort of together, but we were loose. We weren't like really right together with each other. And in boogie boarding, the waves are typically not as big. You're not going out to the big surf, the big breaker waves, but sometimes you do. It depends on the size of the wave. And if you're boogie boarding, typically you're on the second break, which is sometimes the waves that are breaking closer to shore. And I think this time I was on the second break. I was in the closer to shore, but those waves can be pretty big too. Just depends on how big the sets are. And in this case, the waves on the inside break were kind of big. I mean, the front face of the wave could be 4 feet tall. And you're thinking about, the weight of the water behind that. It's a lot of power those waves, even a 4-foot wave, is enormous power. It will easily overwhelm you. And if you get caught in that wave and you're tumbled, then you're tumbling around inside that wave because it's way bigger than you are, and your body, you're not strong enough to do that. The cool thing was when you're surfing in those waves, or you catch a wave and you're kind of going with the wave, or the wave is curling over top of you. Sometimes, a lot of times, you'd be in that wave, and you're sort of riding the wave, and the wave is curling over top, and you could look off into the left side in the wave, and you would see a dolphin swimming next to you. And it's like, whoa! And this dolphin is like looking at you. And you're like, hey, what's up, buddy? Almost doing like a selfie kind of thing. And the same thing happens when you're sitting there waiting for a wave, just sort of bobbing in the ocean, maybe floating on the boogie board or whatever. A sea lion would come along and like swim around your legs, and that was always really cool. You'd see a lot of wildlife like that. Or an otter. You'd see otters sort of, they'd dive around and then they'd come back up and have little rocks in their flippers and bang the rocks together to smash some clams so that they could eat, because that's how they would eat. But you'd see all of that stuff. Or the pelicans. You'd be floating on the water, just sort of waiting for the next big set of waves to come. You're sitting there floating, hanging out, chatting with some friends. And these waves that would come in, even the shallow ones, pelicans would be hovering. They'd float along, because when the wave comes, there'd be air coming over top of the wave. So it makes sort of this pressure, air pressure that goes over top of the waves, even for shallow waves. And the pelicans would ride those air currents over top of the waves. So you'd be sitting there bobbing, and these pelicans would come right over your head, just sort of going like that. So I just tell all these stories because that was quite an experience. But so there's this one time I was caught in this wave. The wave caught me and tumbled me, and I was rolling in the wave, and I lost my board, and I popped up. After I had been rolling in the wave, I popped up, and my flotation board, my boogie board, that's a foam flotation device, it was gone. It had been sucked under, and it had ripped the Velcro off of my I think it was my wrist. I think I have, the boogie boards are usually on the wrist. It pulled that boogie board off of the Velcro strap, and that board, the flotation board, was sucked down into that water in that canyon. And so I was literally that close to just being sucked down with that board. Because I remember when I went under and that wave was turning me, I felt some tugging. I felt some weird currents pulling. But then after, because I kept rolling in the wave, and I was sort of kicking and fighting against those currents a little bit, and I stayed in the wave, and the wave carried me up to the shore, and I got to the point where I could stand up. I think I was probably waist deep at that point. But a little further out, it was more like chest deep. And those currents, that's where those currents can be. So I was that close to passing out, to dying. So that's another one done. Boogie board, riptide, undertow. All right, so you ready for this live action one? You ready to get started?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So again, this is my friend Doug. And we're just sort of going to act out a little bit, and I'll sort of guide you into what happened. So there was a time when I was working at Taco Bell, and Taco Bell, you know Taco Bell, the fast food restaurant. I got a job at Taco Bell, and I'll tell you a little bit about the story about how I got the job. I'll just sort of a little bit of backstory. I got this job. It was 1993, and my mom was like, okay, you need to go around and get a job. So she was driving me around, asking at various places. We stopped at the Taco Bell, and I'm like, sure, I'd love to, check at Taco Bell, because Taco Bell was one of the few places we could eat, because it was one of the few places you could get a vegetarian meal, right? You could always get bean burritos at Taco Bell, or whatever, tostada or whatever they had, right? So there was always a way of getting some sort of vegetarian meal at Taco. So that's one of the few places we would always eat at. Back in the 80s, restaurants weren't like they have everywhere nowadays. And nowadays you can get a vegetarian or even vegan meal pretty much anywhere, right? But back in those days it was McDonald's. They didn't have Subway, right? You had maybe Hardee's and then Taco Bell, of course, and then Wendy's. But pretty much everywhere you would go, it was just meat, and you didn't really have any options other than meat. That's all they had. If you were on a road trip, that's all you got. So if we were driving anywhere, we always go to Taco Bell. That was one of our few places. So I was like, oh, I'll work at Taco Bell. That's great. So my mom dropped me off. I interviewed with the store owner, and store owner was like, sure, I'll hire you. You know, I filled out the application, did the interview, and he hired me on the spot. We got in the car, and I was celebrating with my mom. We're like, yay, I got a job. Okay. And we drove off, and we got out on the main road, and we got like maybe 100 feet down the main road, and we had the car backfired. Remember, I was telling you about the blue van, the station wagon. We had the blue station wagon. The car backfired. Boom, pop, like that, big boom. And it was so loud that it blew the muffler off the back of the car. And the muffler, of course, you know, has a pipe with a muffler and then another pipe towards the back. It blew the muffler off, and it went down like this, and we're driving, and it caught in a crack in the road, and it lifted like this. And so the back of the car basically pole vaulted up as the muffler came out the back like that. And immediately the car goes from being this soft sort of purr to this, like, you know how it is, a straight pipe. And everybody's looking at us like, what is going on? And that's what happened. It was incredibly embarrassing, but hilarious to think about now. And so I'll never forget that. And because that happened right after I got the job at Taco Bell. And so, yeah, I got the job at Taco Bell. And a lot of times my parents would drop me off. Or later on, my parents, that car, we had a whole thing. There's a car, that station wagon had a whole other story I can tell later. But we eventually got a Geo Metro, like a little tiny, you know, like a
hatchback.
Yeah, a very tiny one, like those little tiny Hondas. It's like that. It's maybe a 3-cylinder. The engine is barely bigger than a sewing machine. Right? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, my friend had one.
And it's got the 2 seats, and you gotta like move the seat forward, and so you can climb in the back seat. You know how it is. Like, yeah, it was one of those Geo Metros. And it was a stick shift, so I had to learn how to drive stick to be able to drive that stupid thing. So I would drive that later on. But sometimes I would ride my dad's 10-speed. I had a bicycle, and I'd ride to Taco Bell. And I had a route that I would take. And I explained to you earlier in the video, it was up 67th Street. And then I would cut over just across from Shawnee Mission West High School. I would cut over through a neighborhood, go through the neighborhood, and then I'd come out by a nursing home on the backside, and then go down through some other backs of some other businesses, and then cut across a crosswalk over to, this is Quivira is the name of the street, I believe. And so I'd go across Quivira, and I'd be in the shopping center where the Taco Bell is, and I could just park my bike, chain it to the gas meter in the back by the security door and the dumpster, and then I could go around and, you know, take my shift and do my hours or whatever. So that's what I would do. I'd ride my bike. So this one time I was riding my bike, and I was going up that hill. I described earlier, 67th Street, you cross. We lived 3 doors down across from Midland on 67th Street. And so I'd go to Midland, I'd cross Midland Drive, and I'd go up 67th Street and go up that really big hill, and then it would top off to the top, and there'd be the 4-way stop at the top. But you go, it's a really steep hill, really, really steep. And so I'd be riding my bike up there, I'd shift the gears down, and I'd be huffing and puffing to get up that, like, pounding the bike to get up that hill. And of course, you know, if you're riding a bike, technically you're supposed to be allowed to be treated as a car, right? You're supposed to be given the whole lane, even if you're off to the side. But a lot of drivers, they don't. They just don't care about bicyclers. And
they pull over to the left and go by you, right?
Yeah, they're supposed to. But a lot of drivers, they don't give a crap about. They don't care about about a bicycle. They just mow them over, right? Extra points. Bump, bump. Oh, look at that. and so I was huffing and puffing up this hill, and somebody in a Jeep Grand Cherokee came blowing past me, going entirely too close, and their rearview mirror hit my elbow going full speed.
You mean their side mirror?
Yeah, their side mirror hit my elbow and it just about broke my arm. It really hurt bad. It really hurt. Like I said, it felt like my arm had been broken. And fortunately it hadn't, because I could still sort of move it, and the pain was, not excruciating. So I got to the top of the hill. They turned right at the four-way intersection, and I went straight because I was going down towards the high school. And I turned and I flipped them off because I was pissed. It hurt, and I gave him what for in the symbol. And then I saw brake lights. I'm like, uh-oh. They turned around. They started to come back.
Well, you had a legitimate excuse.
I did, but it doesn't matter. And anger begets anger, and you're going to give me a symbol, and they're going to repay that. Now, I had a little bit of another backstory. I had been studying self-defense classes with my friend Steve Mackey. The classes I was taking was the particular class that I was studying was called Bushido-kan. Bushido-kan is it's a Japanese fighting style, which is essentially kickboxing, but with a particular bend towards street fighting. And so I was studying this. I studied it for 3 years. I studied this kickboxing, Bushido-kan kickboxing. And it's street fighting. And it's a combination of taekwondo, jiu-jitsu, judo, karate. It's mixed martial arts. It's MMA, but more extreme. And so these guys started to come at me. And I'll tell you a little side story with Steve Mackey. Steve Mackey was my sensei. And a little bit of his story was he was a world champion, and he defeated the standing world champion in a live CNN pay-per-view match in Japan, because it's a Japanese fighting style. And these old style Bushido-kan fighting rules matches, you go into a match, and the old style rules were, you go into that ring, and the rules are, you come out of that ring either winner, knocked out, so KO, or dead. And there's no other rules. There's no below the belt, above the neck, anything goes. So thumb in the eye, biting of the neck, it doesn't matter. You can do anything. And that's why it was pretty brutal. It was pretty serious MMA style street fighting in that ring. And so the reigning champion, world champion, was a 5-time world belt holder, 5-time world champion in Bushido-kan kickboxing. And my sensei, Steve Mackey, went into the fight and he defeated him. He defeated him by killing him in the ring on live pay-per-view. And then he broke down in the ring because he realized he had killed someone for a trophy. You see how wrong that is. Yeah. And so he broke down in the ring, and he started praying over this opponent who he had killed in the ring. And he prayed. And then they took the body off, and he went with him praying. And he stayed over that body praying and praying and praying and praying and praying. He prayed for 6 or 8 hours. And then his opponent was resurrected. His opponent came back. And they became friends for decades after that. His opponent was resurrected from the dead. And that was the conversion story from my sensei, Steve Mackey. So that's how he became a Christian. Because this person had been dead for 6 or 8 hours, and yet he lived. And that's quite a story.
Yeah.
And that's quite a conversion. So that was my sensei, and he taught me this self-defense. And so I studied under him for 3 years. And when these guys put on their brake lights and turned around, I knew I was in trouble. And so I tried to outrun them, and I should have outsmarted them, because I keep thinking about this. You go into a trauma, and you replay the trauma over and over and over and over and over, right? And it just keeps going. And so what I should have done is I should have gone to the left, taken a left, dove down a really steep hill into another subdivision, and I could have disappeared. And they would have never caught me. That's what I should have done, but I didn't. I kept going straight, and I kept going. I just tried to go fast, and they caught up with me. They cut me off, and so they came at me like this. So sit up. So they come at me like you're gonna punch me, like that, just like that. And so he came out like kind of wide, like he's throwing it really wide, and I had put my hands up like this, and just as he's starting to throw it, because I knew he was coming at me, and I put my hands up. So put like that. And as soon as he started to move his shoulder, I took this hand and went right straight into his nose like that. And just smashed his nose with the palm of my hand right here, just like I was taught to do. And just wham! Smashed that nose right up into there like that. And his face just erupted and blood just flew everywhere. It was like a balloon of blood was just sitting right there. And as soon as I hit it, it just went and splattered everywhere. And his other buddy behind him just went, whoa, like that. And they just they backed way down immediately, because the guy that was punching me, he was the muscle man. And so he was like the leader. And as soon as I like blew up his face, everything was changed like in an instant. And so they like backed way down, and I just got back on my bike and I rode. The crazy thing was I looked like because those uniforms back in those days, I don't know if you remember Taco Bell in the like mid 90s, early to mid 90s.
Green and red.
It was sort of like a teal color with purple. And so you look like a teal and purple grape. And I'm on a 10-speed. I look like a purple grape riding down the road. It was it looked kind of stupid, but that's what it was, and kind of funny, amusing, and that's what happened there. And then the other story that happened with Taco Bell. I mean, God like gave me the ability to do that, and it just happened. It's so powerful. But the second one was a real lifesaver. This was when things went very scary. So what happened was, the story was, I was working at Taco Bell, and I don't know if you remember like the 90s and what happened with the football season in like it would have been like 1994, that fall season, 1994 in the fall, right around November, and into right around Christmas time, or getting close to Christmas. Of course, playoffs, right? NFL playoffs, right? Because then you have the Super Bowl is in what, like late January, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or early February.
Yeah.
And so playoffs are like running through Christmas, and early into January is usually the playoffs. And late in just after Thanksgiving towards Christmas. And in 1994, it was big because Joe Montana was the 5-time world Super Bowl winner, right, with the 49ers. And then he retired, and he moved to the Chiefs. You remember that? Yeah. It was a big thing because Joe Montana, like, nobody wins the Super Bowl 5 times in a row.
And they got Steve Young.
They got Steve Young and all this stuff, and a lot of stuff. Everything sort of piled up into the Kansas City Chiefs there for a while. And then the Chiefs they just jumped. They went from like a nobody team to all of a sudden they were in the playoffs. And all this crazy fan stuff was going on with the Chiefs. Well, I was living in Kansas City at the time, and Arrowhead Stadium is right there. So you'd have home games, and fandom was insane. like it became a cult. It was absolutely nuts. And people were worshiping Joe Montana. I mean, it was insane. And so a playoffs game, especially a home game, people were like, you could go out to the mall, walk through the mall, and you wouldn't see a single person. Even in the stores, you could walk into the stores and you wouldn't see a single salesperson, because everybody, even though the stores are open, everybody's in the back of the stores watching the games. And there's nobody shopping because everybody's at home watching the game. And you go to the restaurants and nobody at the restaurants because all the employees are there in the back watching the game. And there's no customers because they're at home watching the game. So everything stopped. Like the whole world just sort of went on timeout because of the game. Right? And everybody has the Chiefs paraphernalia. Everything is everywhere is this red color. I'm going to need you here in a second. So Chiefs fandom was going nuts, and especially on a home game, a playoffs game, Joe Montana, like it was the top of the game, top of the season. And it was the same at Taco Bell. I'm working at Taco Bell. Now let me give you a little bit of a scenario of our store. So we had a crew, and our crew was one of the fastest crews in the whole state of Kansas. We had an insane crew at that Taco Bell. And I'll tell you a couple of the names. So one of the guys that worked typically on the inside food line, the food prep line on the inside for serving the customers that come inside the store, his name was Rocket Rodney. And we call him Rocket Rodney because he was like a rocket. But he was fast, just naturally he was fast with the food prep. But if you got him pissed off, then he would take off like a rocket. The guy would just be lightning fast. His fan, you couldn't even hardly see his hands. The guy was spinning around, and it was insane. But you had to swear at him and curse at him to get him to really get pissed off so that he would pick up his speed. It was really hilarious. And he had acne all over his face. His face was all red, like all acne all over. And he was kind of a shorter guy. It was just like that kind of, you can't make this stuff up, right? Rocket Rodney, I remember that guy. Again, you had to curse and swear at him to get him to go fast. And then we had on the other line, the one that would do the food line for the drive-through was Ed the Red. And he was a tall black guy, really, really big, basketball hands, huge his fingers were like that much longer than mine, just huge hands. He could easily palm a basketball. The guy could hold 12 tacos in one hand. And so he'd sit there and just sling the meat like this and he'd do it so fast he could make 12 tacos in like 4 seconds. Just like that, and the meat's done, and he's sliding on 3 in a row, 3 in a row, 3 in a row. He's just throwing them down the trays. He grabbed 12 more, and like that, the guy could crank out 50 tacos just like that. It was unbelievable. And pardon me. So we had Rocket Rodney, Ed the Red. And then, of course, I was in the drive-thru. Again, this video, like you saw in the opening prayer, this video is not about me. I don't mean to brag. But there was me in the drive-thru. They gave me the nickname Master Blaster Taco Master. And I'd be like the Tasmanian devil in the drive-thru, just like a tornado just driving around. We had drive-thru times. Average order wait time was 30 seconds. So from the time you complete your order at the microphone to when you get to the window, pay, get change, and there's your food, 30 seconds. Average. So sometimes 10 seconds. Sometimes, 15, 20 seconds. Sometimes 2 minutes. But average about 30 seconds. On a good day, we'd have averages about 30 seconds. And so that was our Taco Bell crew. We were fast. It was awesome. But, when a rush hits, and it's a bad rush, it's a lot of people. And we did good work. We did good food, and we did it fast, and we did it nice. We were kind. But when you get a rush, and then people are waiting, and it takes a long time, even with so many fast food going so fast and things going quick, it still takes time to work through a lot of orders, especially when they're big orders, and things can slow down, and then people get frustrated because it's going slow, right? So Taco Bell, playoffs game, Chiefs, and home game, everything's going nuts, and the store is not a soul, like not even one customer for hours because everybody's watching the game. Then halftime hits. And this is when things go crazy because we had two school buses, not school buses, like tour buses show up with students, like, you know, like a choir, touring choir or a touring band or something like that. Two coach buses show up full of kids. Everybody wants their food. And then add to that the rest of the halftime rush, which was absolutely over the top insane. we had a lineup. The lobby game standing room only. We had so many people that you couldn't even sit down. It was way beyond capacity. That's how packed that lobby was. You couldn't even sit. You had to stand. It was packed. And the line of people was still going out of the store and wrapping around the store. Like we had more people than we could fit inside the lobby. And still there's people pulling into the drive-thru, right? And so you had a line of people in the drive-thru, and the line of cars is going through the parking lot out into the shopping center and then curving and turning out into the main road and causing traffic jams in the main road. That's how bad it was. Right? And so we had to pause production of food for the drive-thru because there was so many people in the lobby. I mean, we're talking like 200, 250, maybe 300 people in the lobby with all their orders. It was so much that our order system was starting to get overblown. Like we couldn't even store that many orders in our system. Like it was getting extreme. And of course I'm working in the drive-thru, so I'm having to, you know, try to take the guy that's at the waiting for his food at the drive-thru. Man, we're working on it. We're trying our best. There's a big, huge crowd in the lobby. We're doing our best to get the food out as fast as we can. We're doing crazy work. And, and the guy in the drive-thru got really, really upset. So this is why I'll need you. So he what he did was he crawled in through the drive-thru window and he came at me with a gun. Now, I had been doing the self-defense training for 3 years, and specifically for the previous 3 months, we had been studying self-defense gun training. And I don't know what led that or how that happened, but for some reason, and I guess God was guiding how things were working out in my life, but we had been doing self-defense gun training. So this guy comes at me with a gun. So hold, sort of do like that at me. So he's doing like that. And the first thing I did, and he'd crawled in partway through the drive-thru window. So he hold it up. So he's holding it up like this, and he's demanding his food and his money back, plus extra. And he's holding the gun up like that. And I do my training, which my training is first put my hands up like this, and I'm acting like a dummy. I give up, you know, surrender. I'm not doing anything. I don't know what I'm doing. And I sort of pretend like that, but in my mind, in my heart, I'm calm because I've gone through this training. And so my training says, take my eyes and look at his trigger finger. Which finger's on the trigger? Turns out it was this finger right here. He was right-handed. He had his right finger on the trigger. So I know that this arm, his right arm, is the one that I've got to watch out for, right? And so I'm because my training said, okay, now if I'm going to have my hands up, it's my right hand that I've got to respond with his right trigger finger, okay? So I was doing that. I was doing like this. And then the next part of my training was look at his eyes, right? So then I focus on his eyes. I'm watching his eyes. I know I've got to respond with my right hand. I know his right finger is on this trigger, and I'm just watching his eyes. So I'm watching his eyes, and The manager comes behind me like this, from behind me. And the manager's wearing a different uniform. Managers, of course, typically in a restaurant, they're wearing, something that has a little bit more prestige, a different color, something that shows a symbol of authority, and you can identify them, right? And so his eyes go to the symbol of authority, which is the manager. So his eyes go to her. It's a lady. She's a lady manager. She comes walking behind me to try to address the situation. So come up like this. As soon as his eyes go to the managers to direct to her, I've got an instant, a moment when I can respond. So I do like that. And it happened it was a split second. So I went like that. I slapped the gun and he pulled the trigger. Immediately he pulled the trigger. And the bullet went right past my ear like this. And I lost hearing in this ear, both ears actually, but this one was more extreme because the gun was on that side and the bullet went right past my ear into the ice machine, and the drink ice machine behind me, and the bang of the gun, the crowd in the lobby, everybody hit the floor because everybody panics. They're screaming and everybody jumps on the floor. They think it's the end of the world, of course, because a gun just went off in the store. Right? And so now as soon as I do that, I've gone like this. I take this hand, and I put this thumb right behind his pinky index knuckle right there. And I control the gun with this hand, and now it's down to just the one, right? Because he's really got the gun like this. So I put this thumb behind that knuckle, and I grabbed it like this, and I'm controlling it with my right front. And I twisted it like this, and I pointed it at the ceiling. And as soon as I did that, I yank and push as hard as I possibly could, and push back and out. And I threw my whole body into it. And it immediately broke his wrist, his elbow, and his shoulder, all in one move. Snap, crackle, pop. Just snap, crackle, pop. That's the sound it makes because I threw everything, threw my whole body into it and forced it with so much force and energy. And it broke his wrist, and I folded his wrist all the way over like this to the point where his fingers were touching his arm. It was all the way folded over. Not like this. It was even more. Like it was folded down in a gross way, like it's broken very clearly. And I with his arm, or this hand folded over like that, I shoved it down on the stainless steel drink machine, and I started beating on his hand that was folded over. I just started pounding on it against the stainless steel drink surface, the drink prep. I pounded and pounded and pounded with all my adrenaline on that hand until his hand, all the bones were just broken. There was basically nothing left. It was just like Jello. It was all putty. There was no there was nothing strength in there. I just pounded on it. And once it was all just like Jello, I reached up and I grabbed the gun with my elbow and pulled it out, and it slid to the floor and fell to the floor. And then I grabbed his arm. I twisted this back over in the broken wrist socket, twisted the elbow back over in the broken elbow socket, and I shoved him back out the window, and then I slammed the window again and broke his arm again right in the middle. So all total, these bones, this wrist, these two bones right here, the elbow and the shoulder, all broken in less than 27 seconds, because it was all over like that. It all happened so fast. It's less than 30 seconds. That's how much happened and how fast it happened. And of course, it was all on CCTV camera, and it was very clearly self-defense. So there was nothing really to do, just write up a report, and that's all that was really required. The police came. Police were already there because the traffic was so crazy. So, did something happen over there?
Like this.
Oh yeah, this thing probably.
It moved.
Yeah, you're pressing a button back here. That's what happened.
Oh, okay.
Watch. Yeah, just be careful. Don't you watch your back there.
Okay.
Because there's these buttons here, so careful with your leaning up. Okay, so yeah, that was God was there, and God was protecting me, and He was protecting others too.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it was very clear, because there could have been court cases, there could have been corporate Taco Bell could have gotten involved, like there could have been all kinds of stuff that was going on, right? And so it could have been very bad, but it turned out that it was very easy. It was just over. It took care of itself.
That guy was stupid.
Yeah. And well, he didn't know that I had all this self-defense.
Well, I mean, what a way to ruin your life.
Yeah, that too. But yeah, so that was quite a story. So let me continue on here, and I'm going to mark that story as done. So that's the drive-through Taco Bell. So next is, okay, so we covered those. All right, so the next one is this story about this code when God spoke to me, which I told you about the other day. So I was working at a company called Intergraph here in Huntsville, and Intergraph, and so a little bit of the story was I got pulled into and hired on with a team at Intergraph called the Marine Structural Manufacturing Division. And so the Marine Structural Manufacturing Division, essentially we would, the Intergraph software I was working on was called Smart Marine 3D, which was also part of another package called Smart Plant 3D. You can go look those up. I'm sure there's still variations of them. And I know some of the resources for those products are still online. You could find them. It's basically a CAD software, which is computer-aided design. So it's basically a way of doing 3D modeling, 3D engineering of engineering drawings in the computer to build stuff. And in this case, build, like oil refineries, oil derricks, oil exploration, or tanker ships, container ships. In my specific case, it was for the marine side. So mostly for tanker ships and marine oil exploration vessels, mobile refineries, that kind of stuff. They're enormous. They're huge. I'm sure you've seen, how big container ships are. They're almost beyond imagining. Some of them are as big as an island. They're big, and they're made out of steel. So you got to manufacture them, and they have to be manufactured specifically, very precise manufacturing requirements, because the hull has to follow a very specific shape. Because if it doesn't follow that shape, then it's not going to move through the water optimally. And you want it to be moving through the water optimally so that you can cut costs for the cost of running that ship to ship materials across the ocean. So if you want to run it efficiently, you've got to have a good, well-designed hull, and then not just designed, but it has to be manufactured and fabricated according to the design. And then you've got all the stuff that is in the outfitting for the ships, all the internals, which is all the bulkheads, all the stiffeners to make sure the plates maintain their shape. You've got the decks. You've got all the supporting stuff for the engines, the generators, the pumps, the valves, ballast tanks. I mean, there's a lot to it. Plus all the rest of the outfitting. You've got to have HVAC, so you can have fresh air delivered to stuff. You've got to have ventilation for the engines, the exhaust. You've got to have water cooling, so there's all kinds of pumps for that. There's oil and oil management. There's all your fire control in case there's an oil leak and something catches fire. Then you've got to have sprinkler systems and alarm systems and sensors. And there's a lot into building these ships. It is a lot. And then everything has to be marked, because you have to know where you are inside of a ship. In case there's an emergency, then you can say it's at bulkhead 17C on deck 12 or whatever, and people know, okay, that's where you got to send the emergency response, because there's a fire or some piece of equipment exploded or somebody got a burn or something happens or there's a leak, or you got to know how to respond to these things. So So it's a big thing to build these boats, these big, huge, industrial-sized tanker ships or container ships, and we would design all this stuff in CAD in this software. So it's all 3D. So you put everything into the CAD software. Well, not only do you have to design it in the CAD, but you have to build it in real life. Like, it has to not just be on the computer screen, it has to be built, which means you have to have welders and you have to have fabricators and steel cutting, and there's all of this other stuff that has to happen. And especially when you're talking about the hull, you have a specific shape that has to be followed. It has to conform to that shape. And if it's off, then it's not going to work, because you've got another plate right next to it that has to butt up against it, and they have to join. And it has to follow the same shape. And there's another one next to that one, and it has to follow the same shape. And if they don't, you can't weld them together, because they're off like this, and you can't weld in that gap. So they have to match. And some of them have different things welded onto them with different angles and different decks and bulkheads, and it's complicated. It's very complicated. And you got to understand, steel deforms with temperature. So every time you weld on steel, it causes it to bend or deform in different ways. And so different bulkheads and different parts of the hull would be welded differently, and they're going to deform differently because of that, but they still have to match up perfectly. So you've got a conflict there, because the metal wants to do something that you can't allow it to do. So you have to control that, which means you have to have a metallurgist, somebody who understands metal, how to work with metal, how to weld it, how to get it to go to the right shape. And a lot of these plates, they're welded on by robots. They're cut out because it starts flat. It starts as a flat piece of steel, because that's how it comes out of the factory. It's called cold rolled steel or hot rolled steel. It comes out of the foundry. The steel manufacturing plant comes out as flat plates. And somehow those flat plates have to be formed into the shape of a hull for a boat, right? I mean, that's somehow it has to work like that. So typically when you're designing it in this CAD software, it's in 3D. Well, you got to take it from 3D and derive instructions for how to cut it from a flat plate, because it starts as flat. Physically, in reality, in the real world, it starts as a flat plate. And you got to take it from a flat plate and convert it into the shape, the curved shape that you want for the side of the boat. And so you've got to do that. Well, take from the CAD will run through some algorithms, some math. It'll run some algorithms that will take that 3D shape, and it's called unfold it. It'll unfold from the 3D design in the CAD down to a flat plate, and it'll derive the instructions for cutting out that flat plate and the instructions for where and how much to bend it so you can get that final shape that's going to be the outside of the boat. So really complicated. Those algorithms are incredibly sophisticated. And you would have multiple algorithms. You could have, 5 or 6 of them, different ones. And they would sometimes perform or behave differently. And so sometimes you would choose this one would work better than that one. And sometimes none of those would work and you have to choose a different one. So you got to pick and choose to get it right. Okay. And not all of them would work perfectly. Sometimes the algorithm would not work at all. So you'd run the algorithm to unfold the plate from the 3D design down to the 2D, drafting instructions, and it would screw up. The algorithm would mess up, and you'd have some jagged edge on one corner, and the engineer would just sort of look at that, and then we'd have a viewer that would view this data, and you'd look at that and you'd say, well, obviously that's not going to work. Like, I can just look at it and I can see this jagged edge. That's not, we can't make that. And it's not going to fit with the next one next to it. So the engineers would look at that and say, well, obviously that's not going to work. We know that's not going to work, but we need a way to fix this. So they needed a way to edit that manufacturing data, the 2D drawing, the drafting drawing. They needed a way to edit that data. It wasn't just a drawing like on a piece of paper. It's a drawing in data on the computer. So they needed a way to edit that data. So they asked me to build an editor to allow them to edit that data. So that's what I did. I worked on this at Intergraph. So I built this instruction cutout editor to allow the engineers to edit this manufacturing data right before that data is sent to the robots for actually cutting the actual steel on the factory floor, right? So I'm sitting there, I'm working on this thing, and there's these multiple windows that are open, and I'm transmitting data from one system to another to try to get it into the editor and being able to save it. So I need to transmit it back to another system. And then I've got a pop-up where the user can click around and change some settings to allow for different types of edits to be made. And those events, when the user is clicking in this window, then the events from that window need to be sent to this other window. And so you've got like these messages that are being passed between windows, and the other window, the state needs to be managed. So it's a stateful system. And like, it's really complicated, all this software engineering that's going behind all of this, right? We're talking thousands of lines of code and concurrent systems that are running in parallel that have to message each other and maintain their state. Because if it loses track of the state, then the whole thing falls apart and you can't even use the software anymore. And then you can't, like as an engineer, it's completely worthless. So in order for it to work properly, it has to maintain state. And that is very complicated. So it's tracking of these messages and then processing those messages to track that state, to make sure that it remains a stateful system. And that got complicated. It got extremely complicated. If you're anything and anywhere in software, you know what I'm talking about. Concurrent systems with track management, it's crazy. Is he good?
Go check on him.
Okay. There's a dog in the back. He's barking a little bit. Anyways, so it was getting really crazy, and I wasn't able to solve some problems with this concurrent systems. I couldn't track it. I couldn't keep track of it all, and it wasn't working. There were some bugs, and I was struggling with it. And I was struggling with it, and I was struggling with it over and over and over and over and over. And finally, I started to get depressed because I couldn't figure it out. And I worked on this was for like a month, 2 months, like it just dragging on and on and on and on and on and on. And I couldn't figure it out. And it got to the point where some of my coworkers and my boss was saying, maybe you shouldn't be a software engineer. Maybe you shouldn't be here. Are you some kind of stupid? Like, can you not this? You should be able to figure this out. And it's a complicated problem for real. But the fact that I couldn't figure it out was crazy. And maybe they're like, maybe this isn't the right job for you. And so I was really getting depressed, and I was really pushing hard, and I was really getting stressed out. And then one weekend came along, and I couldn't figure it out. And I was really like at the extreme edge. And so I was almost catatonic, which is just like unresponsive. Like I would stand up, I would walk around, but I was just staring at the floor, and I couldn't even hardly think of anything else other than this problem. And we went to church that day. I went to church on that weekend, and I was struggling with this problem. Like, how do I solve this? I can't solve this. I can't figure it out. And so I was heads down in great depression. Just couldn't get my head out of the problem. And people were asking, is there something wrong? Like, are you okay? And I'm like, I couldn't even respond. I couldn't even get my eyes off of the floor. My eyes were glued to my toes. That's how bad it was. And my wife was getting upset because I was so focused on depression that I was being unresponsive at church. To the church members, the community, I couldn't do anything. And so she came home, and we came home from church, and she was mad because, I couldn't get out of this near catatonic state. And so she went into the bedroom and was just mad. And the only thing I could do was just go out and sit on the sofa or just fall down on my knees and pray. And so I prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed for 3 hours straight. Just nonstop prayer for 3 hours. This podcast has been going for just over 3 hours. So you could imagine just praying continuously for 3 hours. Sometimes crying, sometimes weeping, and desperate for answers. And at the beginning of the 3rd hour, the voice hit. I had the voice audibly in my ear. I heard it. I heard the voice. This voice told me, said, set this variable in this function to this value. Very, very specific. Set this variable to this value in this function. And it was down to the line of code. Which part of the function? The beginning, middle, end, or somewhere else? Like what line? There's a bunch of lines in that function. It was at the beginning. Set this variable in this function at the beginning of the function to this value. Because I was building a stateful system, I had variables that I was using to track the state of the system. And basically those, I was using those as semaphores. So if you know anything about software and computer engineering, semaphores are how you track these stateful systems in concurrent software engineering. So that's what I was doing. And basically what this instruction was, set a semaphore to a value of true at the beginning of this function. And I was so deep into the problem that I immediately knew that that was the answer. I immediately knew. I knew it. That was it. That was what I needed. I mean, I had tried everything. I had probably even tried that very thing, but in combination with other things had made it so it didn't work out. But all I needed to do was set that one function at that one value, and that one value to the one function, in the function to the one value. And once I did that, it would solve everything. However, I was working on multiple problems in this issue, this difficulty that I was facing. There was multiple problems I was tracking. I was trying to solve. There was the big one, and I knew that would solve the big one. But there was something else. There was a smaller bug, and it was sort of pestering me. And I knew that this would solve the big one, but I was like, what about this other one? And so I prayed. I sort of responded to this audible voice that I heard in my head that said, and I responded, I said, what about this other problem? Like there's this other bug. I've got to solve this other one. And the voice responded to me. Again, audibly, I heard, don't worry about it. And I was like, don't worry about it. It's software. Like it's either works or it doesn't. I got to figure this out. And the voice just said, don't worry about it. And again, I'm like, what do you mean don't worry about it? Don't worry about it. And I'm like, okay, all right, I won't worry about it. I don't know what that means, but I won't worry about it. So I went in, I apologized to my wife, I gave her a foot massage, and then I went into office on Monday morning. The first thing I did was set that one variable, that one semaphore, to that one value in that one function. And I tried it, and I ran it, and it worked. Just like that, it worked. Perfectly. All of the stuff was fixed, except that one bug. So I reproduced that bug. It was still there. And I was like, okay, well, what about this bug? And what do you mean, don't worry about it? So I started poking around, like, okay, maybe I need to start setting up some instrumentation, some telemetry to figure out what's causing this bug, what's leading up to it, what are the contributing factors? How does that work? And I was starting to set up some of that infrastructure and starting to play around with a few ideas and things that what was the actual cause of the problem, what was some potential solutions. And in the process of doing that, it sort of resolved itself. And immediately I remembered that thought, don't worry about it. And I was like, wow. this God knows my code better than I do. And I'm the one who wrote it. Explain that to me. Because God wrote our DNA. He created the very instrumentation that is the engine of life. And it's so complex that the most advanced supercomputers and AI on this earth still can't figure out all of it. We still don't have all of the understanding. Even though AI and AlphaFold was able to figure out and reverse engineer every single protein that ever could possibly exist in the entire universe, we have all of that knowledge, and they still can't figure out all the genetics and DNA. That's how advanced this life technology DNA is. It's beyond the greatest computational power that this earth has. And the mind that produced that, it's an infinite mind. And it's real. And it spoke to me and I heard it. And it told me how to fix my software bug in code that was so advanced that even I couldn't understand it, even though I wrote it. Explain that to me. I don't know. All right. That's a powerful story. Let's continue on. What's the next one? Okay. Okay, so here we're going to go to this next one. I'm going to mark these. I got to get caught up with my marking of done here. Hopefully we're going to get through some more here. We are making progress. All right, this one here as well. All right, so after a few years of working at Intergraph, that's quite a story about that. You know, I mentioned how my salary doubled, but I never really told you the full story there. So what happened was we started tithing, and my salary, we suddenly had, you know, extra money. I think I got a raise. A significant raise, but my salary didn't double right away. So let me explain what happened. So my salary did go up. I did get a promotion, and then I was still struggling with my job because my job started to feel more and more and more like slavery. So it felt like I was in submission to my boss more and more and more, and my boss started getting more tough on me. He started to play games with me. Started to play games between me and other coworkers and playing us off of each other. Like, why can't you do like he does? Why can't you work as hard as he does? And then I would work hard, and then he would say, well, to the other one, well, why don't you work as hard as he does? And so back and forth, always trying to get us to work harder. And the amount of hours became extreme. And it continued to become extreme, more and more and more extreme. And then it was always more and more and more and more until it's more. And then we need more and more and more. And then and pretty soon I'm working, 12 hours days, and my salary hasn't gone up. And now I'm working, and we're under crisis. We're always under crisis, and the crisis never ends. And it's been 5 years and we're still under crisis. It's like, we're on a rat race. It's never going anywhere. And yeah, I got a little bit of a promotion, but it doesn't solve the problems. And everything's just getting worse, getting more difficult. And the culture is becoming more toxic and more hateful and more resentful and more bitter. And we're not moving up, we're moving down. Like, this is getting worse. And I'm working more hours, and I'm getting less appreciation, and I'm getting more games. It's not right. It's not good. That's not good. That's not right. And so then I ended up taking a vacation. I went to the Philippines, went home with my wife to her family, to her home, and we took a ferry, and we went to another island. And we went around the island, saw a bunch of stuff, and spent some time there. And I had some amazing stories there. All of that stuff happened. And then we get on the ferry boat, and I'm on my way back. Well, I sit down on this chair, this steel chair that's on the front of the ferry boat. I'm just sitting there, and I'm watching the white-capped waves of the ocean as the ferry boat, goes across the ocean. And I'm just thinking, Lord, is this it? I asked God, is this it? You want me to work in this job? Because I've already been here like 5 years. Is this it? Is this going to be the rest of my life? I'm just going to be stuck here in this dead-end job I'm writing code. Yeah, I'm doing work and I'm getting paid, but I'm feeling like I'm dead end. Like there's no future. There's no possibility of a management position. There's no additional promotions. Everything's just stuck. Nothing's going anywhere. And so, yeah, I said, God, is this it? Is this all you have for me? And God responded and said, I got you. I'll take care of you. And I got the memory of that commitment that I made in front of that grocery store on that road in Minnesota, where God would take care of me. And so I got back, and pretty quickly after I got back, maybe a few weeks or a month, my boss came to me and said, hey, we're starting up a new team. I was wondering if you would want to join that, giving you the opportunity to join it. And so I said, yeah, I'll join. So I did. And I got a little bit of a pay bump, a little bit of an increase, but not much. And the political situation changed on that new team. And there was some things that happened that sort of cast bad light on me, even though I was doing better work. And it sort of just made me look bad, because some other managers were put in positions where they had to be on two different teams, and then they weren't there to be on our team. So it made our team look like it was mismanaged, and that mismanagement fell to me, even though I had nothing to do with management. Just everything, like for some reason, everybody blamed me for whatever. And it was all like, it all fell apart after that. And so it wasn't very, very long after that. Then I got, there was a company-wide workforce reduction, which of course is just an excuse for letting people go, right? It's just an excuse to fire people and not have to fire them, but still get rid of them. And there was a lot that happened. There was a lot more. I'm only sharing part of the story, but I was laid off. I was let go. They gave me a little bit of a pension for a short time, and then I was let go, and I applied for Alabama Hardest Hit to get our mortgage taken care of, to help out with that, and we got that, and that helped, but it didn't help till 6 months later, and remember this commitment about I made this commitment to God where I would provide for, I would commit myself to Him and He would provide for me. I made that commitment in front of that grocery store on the road in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I always remember that powerful moment. We talked about that briefly a second ago, and or a little bit ago. And so I trusted God, and God told me to trust Him. He's like, just don't worry about it. Just trust that I'm going to take care of this. And I was like, okay. And remember, we had just started tithing, and I got an immediate pay bump. As soon as we started tithing, within a week. Like, I had been working there for 4 years, and I hadn't got a promotion, and everything seemed dead. Like, there was no chance of any sort of raise or promotion or anything. My wife and I, we decided to start tithing, and within a week, my salary bump hit, and I got raised. Now, but I knew it wasn't over, because I got let go from Intergraph. This whole scenario, this drama, this political drama, all this stuff played out. And I was looking for a job, and I went for four or 5 months with no work. And during that time, I put in a subfloor in my attic. Like, I took the time. I put my resume online, posted it on all the job boards, and then I just stepped away from my computer. And I went up, and I started working on a subfloor in my attic. I started putting a subfloor. I called my friend. I'm like, hey, man, can you bring some 2x4s over? And I got some wood. I got my screws out. I got the saws. I got the extension cord. I got the work lights. I got everything set up in there. And I just started cutting wood, driving screws, and putting in a subfloor. I got that subfloor in that attic done up nice. I got some nice photos of that. It was great. And while I was up there, I got a phone call from a recruiter. Called me. Said, hey, I got this job down in Birmingham. You willing to come down for a contract? I said, you know what? Yeah, I'll do it. Let me come down. I'll do an interview down there. So we scheduled up the interview. I went down there, and he took me out to eat. The recruiter took me out to eat at Tzatziki's down in Birmingham, not far from Hoover, Alabama. So we went out to the Galleria, the mall area, Galleria in Hoover, Alabama. He took me out to eat at Tzatziki's, and it looked like the contract was going to go good. So everything, and then I did the interview. Interview came out great. You know, all the things were great. Everything looked positive, and I got the contract. And so I went down there, and the pay for the contract was double what I made at Intergraph. So my salary doubled because I started paying tithe. That's how much of a difference it made. Right? And so I got that job, and I'm going to go through the story here because this ties into, it's a whole series. So this story, I got the job at Infinity Auto Insurance down in Birmingham. I worked as a test automation engineer. I built out their testing automation suite for their claims system, for their claims website, their claims applications. And during that process, while I was doing the work, so I was building a framework for them, essentially. I was building a testing system, but I took a step further and I built them a framework. And this is where things get really interesting. So I built them a framework, and while I was building the framework, I was building it for HP UFT, which is Hewlett-Packard HP. If you know printers, if you ever have a HP printer, it's Hewlett-Packard. So HP makes a software called UFT, which is Unified Functional Tester. They still have it. It's a still product. UFT was derived from another product called QTP, which is Quick Test Professional. They had it called as QTP. They renamed it to UFT. But before Quick Test Professional, it was part of another product with another company. That was where it came from. The origination came from a company called Mercury Interactive. That was the software. It was a company, and I don't remember the name of it. I think the name of the company was the same, or maybe it was different. I don't know. But the software was called Mercury Interactive, and Mercury Interactive was bought up by HP, became QTP, Quick Test Professional, and then they rebranded it, renamed it, re-engineered it, and re-released it as a product called UFT, Unified Functional Tester. And then they packaged it with another product of theirs called ALM, so Application Lifecycle Management. So HP ALM and HP UFT, those two sort of go together, and it was an enterprise product suite, right? And so this is what I was using to build for Infinity Auto Insurance, because that's what they wanted. They were building that with. And I asked a question on a forum, on a website. It was Stack Overflow. I posted a question up there, and somebody thought it was an intelligent question and responded with a direct message to me and said, hey, you seem pretty smart about this UFT stuff, asking, quite intelligent questions. Would you be willing to act as a technical reviewer for a book that we're writing? The publication is called Packet Publishing, and the book is called Test Engineers UFT Test Engineers Cookbook. So I said, yes, I'll do that. I could do that in my evening times, spare time, get a little extra money or a little extra prestige working on a book publication. Sure, why not? We'll do that. So I did it. I did that in my spare time, and I got involved. I got my name on the book, and it was published with Packet Publishing. I've got the book sitting right over here in the bookcase somewhere. I don't know where. Anyways, that's not what this is about. But because I was working on this book, my contract came up for an end. And because I was working on this book, my recruiter got me another gig at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Alabama, leading their QA system as a QA strategist, building out their next claims system. So I took everything that I learned at Infinity Auto Insurance and I re-engineered it from scratch at Blue Cross. And I got a multiple year-long contract. It was renewed. My contract was renewed. They renewed it again and again and again, multiple times. And so that contract was extended. And I started to build out that framework. I took the engineering and the advancements, started to advance like a lot. And I started to do some pretty revolutionary stuff. Like I was building self-writing code and deterministic It was really cool stuff, and code that would write its own code. It was crazy advanced.
AI.
Almost, not quite AI. It wasn't an AI system, but almost. Um, and I got that job because of this book publication I was working on. And then my contract came up with Blue Cross Blue Shield was done, and it was ending. And a friend of mine, my coworker, told me, "Hey, I heard there's some openings over at IBM. Maybe you should apply." So I applied for a job at a QA tester at IBM, and I got a call back from IBM. And they said, we want to put you through the interview process. So I went through the interview process, and turns out IBM decided to hire me. So I got hired on as IBM as a lead QA strategist for their entire QA division, for their whole department. And I was building a center of excellency for quality assurance and systems reliability at IBM. And some of that was into AI. We were working with another AI system called Watson. So if you're anything familiar with like Jeopardy, Jeopardy had a championship, a world championship, and they compete. Their best champions competed on the Jeopardy TV, the live show, with IBM Watson, and IBM Watson eventually in the final round won, defeated, with their AI. It's pretty incredible stuff. You can go watch that. There's a whole thing about Jeopardy and IBM and Watson. You can look that up. So it wasn't long after that when I came on with IBM, and we were using IBM Watson to build out QA systems. And so I did some of that, but I was contracted to do a lot of different QA systems for a lot of other companies because IBM was subcontracting me out. So I worked as a program manager for Lowe's in their QA department for their Lowe's for Pros project. And we were re-platforming their entire e-commerce system. So I was the lead at QA. I was managing 3 different teams, 2 offshore teams, 1 onshore team, to build out this QA system for Lowe's. That was one project. Another one was SunTrust Bank, which is now Truist, because Truist acquired SunTrust. And so we were building out, I was doing a Agile coach. So I coach culture change management with SunTrust Bank. And that was at the SunTrust building in Atlanta. I was working there. And then I did all of these things, right? And then I did Bank of Montreal, Ontario. We were approached with a Tiger team from IBM and the executive board of directors at BMO, Bank of Montreal. They own a stadium in Toronto. Like they have skyrise towers. Like this is a $1 billion company, if not $1 trillion. I don't think they're $1 trillion. It's a $1 billion, multi-billion dollar company, bank in Toronto. They're huge, and they wanted to re-architect their entire business. And so their executive board of directors was coming in to rebuild their entire governance model, all of their tech, everything. And so I came in with an IBM Tiger team, and we built out a strategy for the BMO team to go forward. So that was part of that work. I did that. SunTrust Bank, CVS Caremark. I don't want to even talk about that, but I worked with them too. I can list off a whole bunch of. There was even more than that. It was a lot. Like I did all of that stuff, and this entire time now it's been close to 6 or 8 years, living 6-figure income the entire time. I just was wildly successful. And then after IBM, I switched. Okay, so I got to tell you about. So this is the other thing. Let me take you back to this contract I was doing with Blue Cross. I was struggling. I was taking these long drives down to Birmingham, and I would drive down on Sunday night, really late, like 9 o'clock. I'd leave here. It's a 2-hour drive down. I'd get down there at about 11:30, and I'd be driving all down through the dark. And on those long, dark roads on the highway, driving down I-65, I'd be praying on the highway in the dark the whole time. And at some point, I was struggling with my relationship with God and this career. Like, what is happening with my career? Where are you leading me in my career? I had no idea. I hadn't gotten the job with IBM yet. I was still with Blue Cross. My contract was coming up. I didn't know what was going to happen. I was in crisis and I didn't want to have the problem again, to not have money again, and I didn't know what was going to happen. And then, I was praying to God, and I said, and the same thing happened with Infinity. When my contract was coming up with Infinity, it was also the job in Birmingham. I was doing the long drives, and I was praying. I said, God, I know what you did when I left the Infinity job and moved over to Blue Cross. You worked a miracle. You got that contract secured, and you made it happen. And I don't know how to thank you for that, but the next time you're going to switch up my career like that, could you please just give me a heads up? I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know how you're going to do it. I don't know what your plan is. Could you just, I'm asking you, could you just please give me a heads up? Please. Please, Lord. Please just give me a heads up. That's all I'm asking. Nothing big, nothing fancy, just a simple heads up. And so I was working this contract with Lowe's as a program manager. I was at the Lowe's headquarters in, I forget, it's in South Carolina, and Mooresville. I think it's Mooresville, South Carolina. And so I was there, I was working, and my phone rang, and I got a call from a recruiter, and she said, I have this job for you. It's a full-time salary job. It's in Huntsville, Alabama. It's perfect for your profile, and I want you to think about it, because I can't find anybody else that matches the requirements of this job so perfectly as you do, because it requires somebody with experience in CAD, experience in 3D, and experience in QA. And you have significant experience in all three. And nobody else has that. Nobody. And I said, no way. I'm with IBM. I'm not going to leave my dream job at IBM to come work for some company in Huntsville. There's no way. Not a chance. I said, sorry, maybe next time. Apologize. Best of luck in your search. And that was the end of the conversation. I hung up. The very next day, my boss calls me at IBM and says, we're going to have to let you go. I asked for a heads up. I got it. So I called that recruiter back and I said, hey, you still looking for that job? Let's think about this. So I started the interview process with them. And here's where it really gets crazy, because I had 6 managers at IBM. 6 managers above me go to bat for me with IBM. And all 6 managers signed a petition to not fire me. And that petition went up the chain of management. 37 levels of management. To this manager, to his boss, to his boss, to his boss, to her boss, to his boss, to her boss, to her boss, 37 levels up. That petition went all the way to the board of directors of IBM. And the chairman of the board decided not to fire me at IBM. So, but I had already decided to move to this other company because they were offering no travel, better pay, better situation, and what's not to lose. So I decided to leave IBM, and I lost my pension. And I lost the opportunity. But I switched over to a company called Siemens here in Huntsville, and I worked for them for a number of years. And while I was there, I built 3 more QA frameworks using a lot of the same technology that I built at Blue Cross, because I created it, and I re-engineered it, and then I built it again for Siemens. And after my job with Siemens, I re-engineered that whole system by myself, for myself, on my own computers here at home. And you can look up some of that story on my other channel, Haystacks Tech, where I took that and I built an entire platform with it. I invented my own scripting language, and then I built another platform, and I invented and created $11 million worth of QA enterprise software systems on top of that technology. I built my own engineering stack, my own engineering and development platform, my own scripting language, basically my own operating system for enterprise software systems. And then I built another 11 more QA platforms on top of that. So I was wildly successful. And there was many, many, many other companies that I worked for in the process, including Sam's Club and Walmart. And I saw what's going on with Walmart right now. I saw it all because I was part of it. And I was in the technical leadership at Walmart, at Sam's Club, especially in their ad division. I saw how their advertising systems work on the back end. I saw how they did all their engineering on the back end. So that's how God led in my career there. And you can very clearly see I asked for heads up, and I got it. And that goes into my career growth, my company with Haystacks Tech, where I built all my tech. So I got into some pretty major life crises recently. And I'm not going to go into all the details, but I do want to say that my life fell apart. And, I got $800,000 from investors, and I liquidated my retirement fund, which was $360,000. I got that money because I invested in NVIDIA stock, and I invested about 10 grand into NVIDIA stock when the price was $14. Or maybe it was 11. It was right around that ballpark. And of course, the price for NVIDIA stock went up to like 80 something. And, I earned 36,000% profit. So about 5 or 10, somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000 turned into $360,000. And that's where that investment came from. So I took that money, I invested it, and I built my enterprise software product, which was $11 million. And so I went crazy wild with that. And then I added another 800,000 from investors to that, and took that whole product to market, and I got nothing. No sales, because of course AI took over. Everything went to AI. Nobody's interested in hearing anything other than AI. And if you're talking about anything other than AI, then nobody's interested. And of course, you know the story. Like everybody went to vibe coding, and all the vibe coding is just garbage. And so QA was just thrown out the window as a waste of money. And so all the QAs are laid off, and nobody can get jobs anymore. QA departments don't even exist hardly. Nobody's interested in QA. Everybody wants to vibe code everything. Let AI solve all the problems. Nobody's interested in actual real stuff. So of course I lost everything. Nobody's interested in buying my product anymore. Nobody's interested in what I have to say. Because of course I don't have $1 billion data center. So I don't even have a voice in the word. And the whole world has moved to an attention-based economy. And you have to have $1 billion of cash to get anybody to pay attention to you these days. It's all a loss. The whole world's fallen apart. And that's fine, because God is moving me somewhere else. And so my life went into crisis. My father-in-law, my wife's father, passed away from cancer. My wife had to go back to the Philippines. COVID, you remember COVID? Yeah, that caused everybody to go into isolation. Careers fell apart. Now AI has taken over, and my life sort of fell apart. I lost everything. No more money, no more retirement, no more savings, no more income, no more jobs, no more career, no more future. Can't even get a job at Walmart. Can't get a job at Taco Bell anymore. Can't get a job at any place. Can't even get a job as a checkout at Walmart. Everything's going to, Instacart. Like, you get your cart and put your stuff in, and it checks you out right on the shopping cart now. It's all just a bunch of, and everything's ads and scams. So, my life completely fell apart, collapsed. And, and now I mean, there is no future as far as, 9-to-5 jobs, as far as business and career. It's not really a future in that. Big business especially. It's all being sucked into the AI data centers. And if you don't have it, you don't got it, which means you're out. It doesn't matter how many millions you have, even if you do have millions. I had 1 million and I still didn't have it. Still got out. And none of it matters because it's all corrupt. The whole system is corrupt. It was to begin with. It always was. Everybody talks about fiat currency. We know that, right? It's all just fake. It's fake money. And so because my life went into crisis, God showed me another thing that I needed. He showed me what my mansion was going to look like in heaven. And I was telling you about this the other day, Doug. The footprint of the mansion is a 1/4 mile deep this way and a 1/2 mile wide, sort of that way. And it's made out of transparent blue sapphire with white marble and veins of gold running through the marble, through the sapphire and white marble. That is so beautiful. Just the idea of that is so incredible. I can't imagine, because you can't find, a 1/2 mile long, pillars and columns and flooring made like this. And the mansion is 3 stories tall, with about each floor being about 100 feet high. I'm without words almost. And so the front entrance, I'll tell you about all the details now. We're going to go into the details of this. The front entrance is sort of this semicircular dome type of structure with its columns and pillars of these vertical pillars. And you go in through the front entrance, and on the left and the right are these little sort of pools, and sort of like a little gardens in the front atrium. You call it like an atrium. Like you go into a big bank and you see like this glass ceiling at the top. It's way up high, and the light is coming down, and you got this beautiful sort of environment. Sometimes there's even birds flying around inside of there, and it's just beautiful, right? And that's kind of the feeling that I got from that front entrance. And it was so big and so open, and so much like beautiful light streaming through. And there's these coconut trees just growing on the inside, huge, big, tall coconut trees growing in the front entrance to this house. What? That is so beautiful, right? And then you get the morning sun or the morning light or God's glory coming in, sort of like a sunrise, sort of an orange glow, and then Jesus walking in with the light coming against the hair, sort of highlighting the hair, and just the peace of that space. And there's Jesus, the creator, lover, there to be with you, to give you a big daddy hug. Just, so beautiful and so peaceful. You can't get better than that. And it doesn't stop there. So let me tell you about the rest of this mansion. You walk down the main hall. The hall goes the full depth of the house, all the way down. And about halfway down, there's another hallway that goes the length, or the breadth, the width, this way. And so you go down, walk down this with pillars on both sides, like a cathedral almost, right? Walk halfway down, and this hallway, which goes another 1/4 mile that way and another 1/4 mile that way. You got these 2 hallways, but the one going this way ends. It doesn't go very far, just a little ways, and then it ends. It terminates into a whole section, a whole wing of the house that's 2 stories tall, and it's the whole wing of the house, 2 stories. Remember, the whole house is 3 stories, so there's a top story as well. But 2 stories, this whole wing of the house is a library. 2 stories tall, 200 feet, just library, enormous. And I asked God, what kind of library? Like, are there books in heaven? I'm sure paper is like not a thing. Like, paper is not going to last for 10,000 million, 100 million, 1,000 billion, trillion years. Paper degrades. So what is the purpose of books? Like, are they digital books? Is it electronic books? Is there some sort of tech in heaven? I don't know. And I didn't get an answer. God didn't give me an answer to that. And maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I don't know, but it was something like a library. I don't know what that means, but I got the sense that it was something like that. Right? And I mean, I know that paper and scrolls, they degrade over time. And if it's a physical thing, maybe God has some preservation or some, I don't know. I don't have all the answers. But I know that it was some kind of a library, like even wood. Like if you typically libraries have wood, like your bookcases are made of wood. You get a lot of, but God's kingdom is a stone kingdom. So I don't. Maybe the wood is like petrified wood, and maybe again I don't have all the answers. I just got like an impression that it was some kind of a library, and maybe some sort of like a museum or a place for collecting stuff, for display, like to. But beautiful, like just that's still beautiful no matter what. You think just the idea is just beautiful. Going to the left, down the long hallway, you're going to love this. All the way down to the end of there's rooms and stuff on the other side, on the other wing. But you go all the way down to the end, and down the end of that hall, there's another sort of doorway where the marble changes from sapphire and white with gold to just pure white marble with veins of gold. So it's like a quartz marble with veins of gold in it. Unbelievably beautiful. It's like a pure, very pure white gold with veins of gold. And you go in there, and it's a half dome. It's like another atrium, but like a dome with columns in a circle, right? It's a dome circle, right? And so you got pillars all the way around with another outside perimeter. And there's a hole in the ceiling with light coming through, and right in the center, on a small, shallow podium, circular podium, grand piano. Now I'm talking your language. With musical instruments mounted all around on the walls. And you can just imagine the white marble with the pillars and the sound that's going to be in that space would be like no other sound any place. There might be a few places on earth that are like that. A few cathedrals, but very few. So you can imagine already. I mean, just even out in the main hall, there would be an incredible echo sound. But now you come into this ensemble chamber for like chamber music. We're talking another level. And you know what I'm talking about from the music side. Doug's a music guy.
Yeah. Acoustics and reverberation.
Yeah, exactly. You get a special space like that where the music it fills your soul and really gets inside of you. And that was going to be a part of this mansion. And I'm like, wow, Lord. Because I did have some music in my past. I told you about that. Both my parents were master's degrees in music. And I was in music and choir in high school. Music choir, elite choir, regular choir, band, and elite band. I played the trombone. So I did a lot of that stuff. But yeah, that's really something. Now you go to the back, all the way to the back of the house. To the right side, there's a kitchen. And the kitchen counters, it was sort of like a restaurant. You go in there and there was booths to sit down and eat. There was like breakfast nooks. There's dining table, and all the stuff, all the countertops and surfaces were this amazing, speckled opal. Just unbelievable beauty. This precious opal across the whole countertops. Real opal, not artificial. It's real opal. Polished stone, unbelievable. So amazing, huge kitchen, and then going out the back, another patio space with a covered arched dome, half dome, or quarter dome, and then going out beyond that, there was these pergolas in an arch around the perimeter, and then stairs going down to covered pergolas across a large section of the back, and the pergolas are supported by these posts, and the posts are set into these planters, and the planters, they're big, they're huge planters, and there's these posts that are supporting the pergola above, and the posts are going through the planter, and the planter's there, and then there's vines growing out of the planters, and then they're wrapping up the post and spreading out across the pergola grapes. So they're just hanging down. You just walk out in this covered patio space with these green and the pergola and these grapevines hanging down. These just clusters of grapes just hanging there. You can see how beautiful that is. And the ground was hexagonal shaped paver stones with grass growing between the cracks. And the paver stones, this hexagonal paver stones, some of them were solid gold, big paver stones. I'm talking not little tiny ones, big ones. Hexagonal shape, big paver stones like that. Some of them were solid gold. Some of them were solid sapphire blue gemstones, huge, like this. Some of them were white marble, and some of them were mixed, like the inside of the house, with the white marble and the sapphire mixed together with the veins of gold. And so you've got a hexagonal sort of random pattern of this gold, white, and blue with a pizza oven on the right side. I think it might have been a row of them, row of pizza ovens. Just natural stone, just right there. So you just make pizzas. With no concern about ever getting fat or ever overeating. I eat pizza and watermelon all day long, man. I can't imagine a better place. And that big open space so you can host parties and have people over to hang out and have community. And so that is the place where I go to meet Jesus in my head. And not just meet him, but walk around. And that's where I find peace. That's what has gotten me through this crisis. Every time I have a little voice in my head that says, you are worthless, I say, nope, I am not, because I'm inheriting that mansion. And if I'm going to inherit that mansion, then I'm not worthless, because God's giving me what is beyond the riches of this world. A mansion like that, there's no amount of money on this earth that could buy that. I don't care if you're 10 Elon Musks and you have $50 trillion and you liquefy it in cash. Even if you had all that money, there isn't enough sapphire and marble and gold on earth to build that. That is it's earthly impossibility. But not in the kingdom of heaven. So I needed that because I had to have that idea to make it through this crisis. Okay. Now, next story. We're getting close. What's that?
I was just saying.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the time is going a little bit long. I know. We're almost up to 4 hours. I understand that. I'm going to try to keep going. I think we'll go a little bit faster here. So I had plans for my backyard because I wanted to make a big pool out there with a jacuzzi and a sitting space for my wife and girlfriends to come over and hang out and chat and chit, whatever. And I wanted to have a grill pad so I can have have some guys over here to chat about doing some grilling and just enjoy the patio space with some outdoor speakers and maybe some rock speakers out in the garden with the little tiki torches and just all that really cool stuff. And that's what I wanted to do with my backyard. And everything, my life collapsed, everything fell apart, and I'm getting the sense that that's not God's plan. And so I submitted my plans. I said, God, I don't know what you have for me. I give up my plans. I put my hands up in the air and I said, God, whatever your plan is, you take it. You do it. I don't know what to do. And I'll tell you what, Lord, if you want me to turn that entire backyard into one giant garden, I'll do it. But there's one condition. You got to provide me wood chips, and you got to provide a lot. And so God provided a means of getting wood chips. And so I've got a lot. I just spent this week moving a truckload of wood chips that arrived last Saturday. They dropped the load. And just yesterday, they dropped another load. And we were moving it yesterday. Doug and I were out there with a shovel yesterday moving it already. And we're still just barely getting started. Like, we got more to do. And there's like a lot more. I'm going to need like 20 more loads. But they keep coming. And 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 God is answering that prayer. Maybe not in the way that I wanted it, but he has a plan, and he's providing me the resources to make his plan become a reality. It may not have been what I planned. It may not have been what my wife wanted, but it is what God is making happen. And I can't say no to what God says. Furthermore, I had free access to 2x4s from a friend of mine. I was doing the construction for my subfloor, for my attic. I was telling you about that. I built the shelving in my garage. All this shelving, beautiful, covers the wall. It's a wrap around. The shelving wraps around the garage. I got a workspace, a shop space out there. I built shelving for my shed so I could organize all my tools. I just called my buddy. I'm like, hey man, can you bring over some 2x4s? And he worked at a lumber yard where they make rafters for houses. So they'd have a 80-foot, 60-foot 2x4. They'd cut off 20 feet, throw it away, and then make their rafters. Well, they'd have all these extra 2x4s that are 20 foot long, 10 foot, some of them 3 foot, some of them 5 foot, 6 foot, 8 foot long 2x4s just sitting in a pile. They're offcuts. And so I'd ask him, hey, can you bring me some? So he'd go out there, grab what he can, throw it in the back of his truck, drive him over here, dump it at my house, and I'd have all the wood I needed to build. Well, that went away. Don't have that access anymore. I mean, it was great that God provided that free 2x4s, but that stuff has gone away now. So I need a new means of getting 2x4s because I've got construction projects that are coming up now. Just recently, the closet in my master bedroom collapsed. All the clothes that were piled up, all the towels and everything collapsed and everything fell in a big heap on the floor. Well, it was because the cheap construction, they just put little plastic grommets in the drywall with nails, and of course that all just pulled out of the drywall and everything fell down. So it's a wonder it didn't stay up longer. So I need to get in there, tear the wall out, and I want to rebuild it all with 2x4s, put in some really solid construction, get some good solid framing behind it, and then re-drywall it. I told you my dad was a painter. My parents are going to come down at Christmas time, and we'll put up new drywall, hang it, plaster it, paint it, and it'll be just good as new. But until then, we got to do what we got to do. So, but I need to get 2x4s. And God was showing me that I can get 2x4s for free if I make my own 2x4s. And there's a couple different ways I can do that. I've got a friend. He's got some pine trees that need to come down. And we could mill those and make our own 2x4s by logging and milling our own trees, our own 2x4s. So that's one way. Number two, I've got another friend that I met at this men's support group. He has access to plywood, or not plywood, to pallet wood. And I've been learning, and I've been watching on YouTube videos that you can make wood, you can make stuff out of wood from pallets. And so I'm learning that I could do that. I could make my own 2x4s, gluing up gluing up wood, reclaimed wood from pallets to make my own 2x4s to do all my own construction here at the house. And so I think that's what we're going to do. That's kind of what I'm looking at. But God is making a way right now. So that's another story about how God is working right now. Here's another one. Because of all that money that I spent on my business, $360,000, that is money that's gone into the business. And now I owe taxes on that money because I took it out of my 401k before I turned 60. So now I owe taxes. I owe $70,000 in taxes, and I can't pay that. I don't have a job. There's no future. There's no career. There's no company. So how do I keep the IRS from taking my house? Well, God sent a tax fixer to solve that. Thank you, Lord. That's a reason why I'm still here in this house, on this computer, live streaming right now. I wouldn't be here if God hadn't solved that problem. There's no way I can solve it. So, impossible career crisis. People are losing their jobs and the whole world is losing their beep right now. I'm in a career crisis right now. So how do I earn an income? How do you earn an income? How do you pay the bills? God is showing me how and moving the pieces in to make that possible and real. He's doing it right now. I'm reading a little bit, but apologize. Let's just keep going. Without having to take an hourly, a salary, or even a contract job. I will not be working for even my own business, nor will I be working exclusively for someone else's businesses. Rather, God is showing me how I can earn a living and yet remain free and explore my passions and interests. Impossible? Not impossible. Impossible business crisis. I just told you about that. Everything is falling apart. I can't get any money. Overcoming addiction. Now, right now, I prayed that God would send me one or more accountability partners. That is, people who will be active and present in my personal, daily life, face-to-face in real life. Now, new accountability partners are coming into my life. My friend Trent, who has been my best friend since high school, 30 years ago. We marched at high school graduation in May 1996. Trent's wife recently passed away after a long, hard battle with cancer. May she rest in peace. Trent currently lives in California, but he has decided to sell most of his things, get an RV, and move out here to be with me and work with me on some of my projects. We will be attached at the hip, and this may kick off a new channel. We may have a new YouTube channel coming because of this. More on that later, or if or when it actually launches. Not sure how that's going to go, but we'll see. But I have another friend recently who will both be an accountability partner to me, but I can also be an accountability partner to him. Doug, he was just here. My new friend. Doug has some really awesome musical abilities, and perhaps we can explore some of those on another day. But Doug will give a testimony a little later. So I prayed for an in-person help to overcome addiction, and here God has and is sending me help. Friends, community, encouragement, and support. Testimonies from others. The tipping, okay, so I had, first of all, I'll tell this one. I had a youth pastor who was helping a friend move. And they loaded up a trailer, a big one, like a 40-foot trailer, probably 40-foot trailer. And it was big. And so, but they were driving on an old truck. All they had was an old truck, and the truck didn't have a door. So, and the seat belt was broken too. So he's sitting there in the truck, and they go jump on the freeway, and his other friend, they loaded up a second truck, and it's got a trailer, and they loaded everything up, and they got up on the freeway, and they were driving, and I think this is in Arizona or California or someplace. They were driving up through a mountain pass, and there was some crazy wind that came down from a mountain. I'm talking like 70, 80 mile an hour winds blasting through this canyon, and they were driving along, and the wind slammed the side of the truck and it started to tip, and he was thrown out of the cab and was skidding on his pants down the freeway, and the truck was tipping on top of him, and he was skidding and sliding back, and the truck was going to land on him. And his friend was in front of him, looking in the rearview mirror, watching the truck tip and land on him. And as the truck was tipping, he said he saw an angel, a being, 12 feet tall as the trailer, 12-pack of abs, crazy strong, muscular, running alongside the freeway, holding that trailer up and keeping it from crushing my youth pastor. Kept that trailer up and lifted it and pushed it back. He said he saw that with his eyes right through the mirror. Couldn't believe it. God sends angels to save us. Another one. This is my mom. My mom was driving. They were, plowing their fields up in North Dakota, and there was this huge rock, big rock, as big as a house, huge rock. I mean, giant rock. And my mom was plowing around it, and something happened. I think she caught the edge of the tire on the rock, and the whole tractor tilted like this violently, and it threw her out of the seat, and she landed on the other wheel on the far side, landed on the wheel with her back, and the wheel was going to pull her under and crush her because she was thrown up and over. But her foot caught in the steering wheel. And so she's now dangling upside down with the tractor wheel going like this against her back. Her foot is stuck in the steering wheel. And the tractor's up on a rock going around this way, around the rock. And she can't get her foot. And she's stuck like that. I don't know all the details exactly what happened after that, but I know that she survived because I'm here. I was born. She lived. God saved her. Saved her life. That's the testimony. So God is here. He listens. He speaks. And you can have a conversation with him if you quiet your mind enough. Like it said in the story of Elijah. God wasn't in the hurricane. He wasn't in the firestorm. He wasn't in the earthquake. He was a still small voice. And if you quiet your mind, if you get rid of all the noise out there on the screens and TVs, the noise here on our devices, and you get rid of the noise that's still in here, we got a lot of noise, just thoughts and things going on. If you can learn how to quiet that down and listen for God's voice and talk to him and trust that he'll be there, he will be there. He will answer you. And he'll give you confidence. He'll give you assurance. He'll give you assurance that he'll take care of you. And when this whole world is falling apart and there's no more means of income, that you're going to be okay. That everything's going to work out. Even though everything else is under control. Because the Bible says, if I am friends with God, then what can man do to me? What can anybody or any situation or any scenario or any government or any company do to me? There's nothing that can be done to me that cannot be undone or saved by the one who created light, matter, life. The one who transcends time and space. The one who is sovereign and creator over all. So I guess we're going to call it quits. I'm sorry we ran way over 4 hours today. That's okay. But the stories are out there. I got all of that out. I'm glad I was able to do this, the opportunity. Let me just double check. I'm going to go back over. I think we got everything. Yeah, I think we got most everything. We might have more testimony time at some point in the future. I think Doug would like to share his story, share some of his stories, possibly some or even many. So we'll take care of that some other time. I think we still have additional studies. There is one mission story. We always give our mission story. I'm going to do today's mission story. Let's do that real quick. That is one thing that we could do. Just sort of wrap things up. This was that one. Let's go back to here. Okay. All right. Here's a mission story for today. Amelia couldn't envision a future worth living for. She had struggled with mental health for years and carried deep pain from the harsh words and actions of others. One day she considered ending her life. Then she recalled a conversation with a friend. He had encouraged her to pray for the people who hurt her. Amelia was desperate for change, so she decided to try. I remembered Psalms 37:5 that says, "Commit thy way unto the Lord, trust also in him, and he shall bring it to pass." Amelia said, "I was crying, and I claimed that promise. I told God I wanted to serve him and become all he wanted me to be. I will work for you, Lord," I promised, "if you help me out of this problem." Amelia's prayer opened doors for God to change her life. Free from resentment that kept her focused on herself, she now wanted to share his love with others. One day, Amelia's friend told her about an opportunity to serve as a global mission pioneer, teaching at an Adventist school in the mountains. The travel to the area sounded daunting, but she was determined to go. Amelia's days at the school were long and demanding. After teaching, she would visit the students and their families and lead worship services, not only for the Adventist members, but for the animalists who made up most of the community. Not everyone supported Amelia's mission. The local village leader demanded that the locals stay away from her. He started attending and disrupting her evangelistic meetings. Amelia had heard that the man used witchcraft and cursed those who upset him, so she made his opposition a constant matter of prayer. One evening, she held a parent-teacher meeting to discuss the students' performances and share her plans for the school. She hadn't gotten very far when the leader caused a scene. Amelia tried to ignore him, but his shouting drowned out her voice. Amelia rushed to the church and knelt at the altar. "Please, God, help me," she pled. "Please make me strong and guide our meeting." Feeling God's presence, she returned to the meeting with newfound courage. The village leader's hostility didn't subside, but Amelia kept her composure and answered his questions respectfully. He demanded that the parents take his side, but they stood firm in their support of Amelia. In the end, the meeting was inconclusive. Amelia didn't know what the future held, but she was determined to remain faithful to her promise, trusting him, God, to guide her through every challenge. Global mission pioneers such as Amelia often serve in difficult and even dangerous conditions. Please pray for Amelia and for the hundreds of pioneers who are sharing God's love. Learn more about mission pioneers at gmsda.org. Again, I don't take any donations, so don't expect to give anything to me. Let's pray. Abba, Father, dear Lord Jesus, thank you so much for this wonderful time to get together and share stories, for me to share these testimonies about how God has moved and saved and restored and spoke peace and love and restoration and promise and hope and courage. Dear Lord, please be with Doug and please be with me as we encourage each other, support each other, and hold each other accountable to what is in your word and according to how we should live. Please be with those who may attend and watch this podcast later. I pray that you would be with them, encourage them, keep them strong, and help them to have a wonderful, peaceful Sabbath day. I ask all these things in your blessed and holy name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. All right, so let's call that quits. We'll wrap it up. I'm sorry we went a little bit long, but next one is going to be July 11, and it looks like we're starting Daniel, so let's plan for that. All right, God bless you guys. Hope you have a good day. Stay safe, and we'll see you next time.